Greetings, fam. Sorry I'm late. I just literally walked in the door from my sitar class.
The exact same time should be studied because I am so obsessed with him.
Yo. Oh,
I've been in love with him for the longest time, and
let me pull my shit together. All right. I got a lot to talk with you guys about. Though I am going to try to keep it short. I have a lot to do. Let's see. Is that the one I want to use? Okay, let's do that. Okay, do that. Got to show y'all my new shirt. It literally just came in the mail. And do that. Okay. You know what? Let me see. That's not going to work. Okay. So let's do that. And this. Like that. All right. I don't know what I did. I got to clean my desk. Let's see this. Excuse me. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I got a lot to talk to y'all about. And it came like it's something that I had been wanting to talk about for some time, but had not taken any time to like deep dive about. But it came up again the other night after I talked with you guys, and I was like, okay, I need to go ahead and talk about this, even if it's just kind of like rudimentary. At least I can get what I'm thinking like out there until I can make it more like well researched and shit. You feel me? But anyway, let me show y'all my shirt first. Can y'all see it? Hail Lilith. Anyway, okay. So oh shit, I gotta grab one more thing. Hold on. Y'all know how I love my handy dandy poster board things. My little handy dandy poster board things. And I still haven't finished writing it out, but you'll get where I'm going. I think I need to do one section is the 8 principles too. Okay. So nah, it ain't Louis Vuitton. Girl, hell no. Anyway, so this is your co-conspirator, Cassandra-Floyd, also known as the Daughter of the Fates, founder of the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. I literally just walked in the door, so that's why I look a little bit wrestled. I've got a freaking, I can't believe this time has gone by so fast. I have a concert in 3 weeks. So I'm kind of tripping. You know, I have a semester concert for the sitar every term. And child, I'm like, oh my God, that shit is like 3 weeks away. Anyway, so it's got me kind of tripping. But anyway, so let me just tell you, okay? As a matter of fact, somebody do me a favor because I can't look at it. I can't look at it on my thing. Somebody tell me what I named this live. Somebody remind me of what I named this live. I knew what I was going to talk about. I still want to know what I what title did I put on it. Can somebody look at that really quick? Okay. So I haven't. Okay, cool. Thank you, Medicine Woman 222. So I haven't looked at the news yet because I've been in class, but I did get a text from a friend of mine that I was telling y'all about while I was in Alabama. Made me think he was dead because he sent me this cryptic ass text message, but he did text me today to tell me that oh, I do know, I don't know the dude's name, but they chose a pope today, and it's another first. So Pope Francis was the first pope from so-called Latin America, right? Well, today they chose another first. Yeah, that's what I should have called it. They chose the first, and it's they chose a pope from the United States of America. And I find that interesting because apparently there was an article that was released by the Vatican yesterday or the day before yesterday about this controversial statement that one of the cardinals made about how it made him shudder to think about a pope being selected from Africa because they're so conservative, right? And apparently that was a scandal. And yeah. And so anyway, that did not happen, which I didn't anticipate they were going to choose a Negro pope. But anyway, they did choose a pope today, and I don't know the dude's name yet because I haven't been on the news, but my friend did text me to tell me that it was another first time because the pope was selected from the United States of America, which I think is quite revealing. Yeah. As a matter of fact, I think it's revealing enough that I should pop my collar is what I think I should do. Because let's see. Because I'm gonna take y'all on a little. No, I'm not even gonna take a journey because I want to stick to the point. But I will say, thank you, Shanta J. Robert Francis Prevost or Prevost, and he chose the name Leo the 14th. Anyway, I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna remind y'all, as a matter of fact. It was several years ago now, a little more than 4 years ago now, when people were in panic mode about the possibility people were in panic mode about the possibility of Trump. I do not know how this shit got moved out the way. My cats be tap dancing on my shit so often. They be moving shit out the way. Anyway, everybody was in panic mode. Everybody was freaking out. And the cheer, the war cry, excuse me, that everybody was yelling was anything but Trump. Anything but Trump. Anything but Trump. Betrayed by your boy Bernie Sanders. Everybody was shocked, grief-stricken, you feel me? And then very quickly in their dismay, bum rushed them polls under the auspice anything but Trump, right? When faced with the possibility faced with the very real urgency that they needed to go out into the world, even though they knew he was a troglodyte, they knew he was a tyrant, they knew he was a war criminal, they knew he was anti-black and had a history of supporting and drafting anti-black policies that devastated the entire community, devastated the whole fucking generation of black people. Didn't matter. Anything but Trump. Anything but Trump. And all these people ran out and voted for Bernie Sanders, right? And I have told y'all before that it was the first time ever that I like question myself. Excuse me. I was so caught up in y'all urgency. I was so caught up in y'all fear. I was so caught up in y'all's dismay, woe, and bewilderment that for a half a second, for an honest whole half a second, I contemplated like, damn, maybe I should go vote. Maybe I should go vote for what's his head, Biden. And then I had to yank myself the fuck up out of that. I had to yank myself right the fuck up out of that. I sure did. I was like, girl, what you thinking? Don't be letting nobody get you off your swag, off your stilo over this bullshit. And then after he was elected, I started talking to you guys about the fact that Joe Biden was a devout Catholic. And that one of the things that, made his presidency important, I guess, was the fact that he was the only second Catholic president in the history of the United States, Kennedy being the first. I didn't realize how thirsty I was. This is a nice little ginger ale. Didn't have a lot of calories at all. So people, for a long time, because I was talking about this for a long time, I was stuck on what the political implications were for Joe Biden to be the president, to be the second president in the history of the United States, to be a openly devout Catholic, and under his presidency, for the first time in the history of the institution, first time in the history of the it was the first time in the history of the White House judiciary process, the Senate and the House of Representatives and all of that stuff. It was the first time in the history of the United States government that there had been so many devout practicing Catholics. At the time that Biden was elected, there were 148 cabinet members, both on the House and in the Senate, that were devout practicing Catholics. 140 fucking 8. What's her name? Nancy Pelosi was a devout practicing Catholic. They were everywhere. I said, if y'all do not see, y'all get caught up on this bullshit ass illusion, of the separation of church and state. Y'all really believe that shit. Even though there's never been a time in the history of this country, never, where that shit actually existed. That was some sleight of hand shit to get you caught off square. You feel me? Caught off on some, on some bullshit about reading the Bible in public school or saying prayers in school. Meanwhile, there ain't never been no separation of church and state in this country. There has never been a separation of church and state. And so y'all get caught up on believing that this institution called the Constitution of the United States of America had guaranteed you rights, one being the guarantee of the separation of church and state. Meanwhile, everything that you are experiencing in your daily life in the world is the evidence that this state called the United States of America, the state apparatus called the United States of America, was what was the word I was looking for? The state was actively and perpetually being informed by religious, not only religious, zealot type religious institutions. You feel me? They give you just enough leeway, give you just enough room, and keep you just enough distracted to recognize that there was never a separation of church and state. They was like, to keep them from bucking back, to keep them from making no noise. We'll concede just a little bit. We'll concede a little bit. We'll give them little rights. You feel me? We'll divvy out some civil rights. We'll divvy out some LGBTQIA rights. You feel me? We'll let them get married. Okay, cool. You feel me? Meanwhile, we'll let them have abortions because these women, they making a whole lot of lawyers right now. We'll give them a little space, give them a little room. We got patience. We can wait and prepare for the time that we snatch all them rights back. We got patience. You understand? And so they got you caught up believing in the myth of the separation of church and state all this time. And when Biden was elected, Tennessee just passed a law for a doctor refuse service if it doesn't align with their religious beliefs. Well, there you go. So what people in the South gonna do with the majority of goddamn religious beliefs are hardcore, brimstone and damnation, evangelical, Bible belt, Bible beating, pulpit pounding ass religious beliefs of the majority of practitioners in the South. What y'all gonna do in the South? What y'all gonna do in the South? You feel me? And so when Biden got elected, and I kept going hard, go back to the videos. I was going hard. I was like, y'all make no mistake. Y'all make no mistake. America is not separate. America is not separate from this slow simmer, this low roiling boil that you see unfolding everywhere in fucking Europe. Europe for the greater portion of the 20th century was seen as the belle of democracy. France, Germany, all of these places in Europe seen as so progressive, seen as a haven, not only progressive, seen as a haven for the melanated oppressed to be able to leave the United States of America and go chisel out a life for themselves, chisel out some fame for themselves, chisel out some some finances for themselves when they had been betrayed by their own country. When Black people have been betrayed by America, and everybody did it. James Baldwin, you name it, everybody did it. If Black people couldn't count on their own country to support them, to allow them to make a living off the gifts that they had, they're like, fuck, we'll just go to France, we'll go to Germany up until the rise of the Third Reich. Up until the rise of the Third Reich, as a matter of fact, Germany had been considered the most progressive country in Europe. The first country with gay rights, the first country actually to start allowing people to live openly as trans, to give them passports and driver's license. And Germany was the first country to do that, to give people trans rights, to acknowledge trans rights, to even do the first trans surgery on earth took place in Germany. Sure did. Germany was considered the shining light of Europe before the rise of the Third Reich in terms of its liberal laws and the ability for oppressed people, Black ass-skinned people, to be able to come and make a way for themselves when they could not make a way in their own country. Yeah, Germany did that. Germany did that. You feel me? Same thing with France. Up until relatively recently, you could go to France as a melanated person, you feel me, as a Black-skinned person, and make a name for yourself, get some adoration. Even Italy, at one point, it was a very short point, but even Italy, especially within its arts community and its fashion community and its like dance community and shit like that, Italy, for a very short period of time, was like, you know what? Yeah, we like this. We like it. We like these Negroes. We like these famous ass Negroes coming up in here and shining some light on Italy. Y'all can come on over here. They'll give y'all a little money, give y'all a little career. You feel me? But for the last maybe 15 years, I'd say it started even sooner than that. But the last 15 years, more strikingly, there has been this slow, insidious move, right? Very slow. These clowns got patience, boo. They can wait y'all ass out. They can wait y'all ass out. And it seems like it's all of a sudden that this rise of the radical right in Europe, this rise of the radical right, especially in Southern European countries, in Spain and in Italy, so on and so forth, the Mediterranean, this slow rise of the radical right, this slow rise of, of this kind of like backwards leap into the past of, nationalism in Europe started to show its face. I started traveling to Europe in 2005 was the first time I'd gone to Europe. And the first year we went was in 2005, and we went every year. And well, I went every year with the party until I left the party in 2009. That was the last time I went. And I went every year. And when I tell you going from year to year to year, that the change was obvious. Like, I was like, wait a minute, we was just here last year. Like, what the hell is going on? It was obvious every year. What everybody else, I guess, who lived there regularly was, experiencing is like, because when you what do they say? When you a crab in the pot and the pot is slow boiling, like, you don't feel it at first. You feel me? You it's like comfortable. It's like, oh, it's nice and warm in here. It's a little toasty in here. And you don't realize that your ass is being slow boiled to death until you can't get out the pot. And you're like, oh shit, they done turned the fire, they done crunked the fire. Now we up in here, right? That's how Europe has been for about the last 15 years. Probably even longer than that. And so here you have this rise all over Europe. I don't think there's a country in Europe that has not been experiencing, at least a country in Europe that actively has black-skinned people up in their shit. You feel me? And what you want, boy? What you want, cutie patootie? I want to say hey to Storm. Come here, baby. What's up, big snuggly? This my boy. This my little snuggly baby. My little snuggly baby. Huh? He like, they see me? They see me? You little snugglies in. What are you cute? He's so fine, boy. This my baby. That's my baby. Ain't he fine? He's so pretty. He's so pretty. You big old fat fatty. You big old fat fatty. Hey, big old fat fatty. I love you. I've been gone most of the day, so they being real needy right now. Y'all being real needy right now, boy. Yeah. That's my baby. That's my baby. Yes. Okay. So anyway, there's a reason I'm telling y'all this, and I'll wrap it up. So this dude, Biden, being Catholic, I told y'all was going to be problematic. Told y'all he was going to be problematic. And y'all just kept giving him a pass because y'all don't pay attention. Y'all don't view politics the way that you should. You don't factor in history the way that you should. And the most important thing is y'all still believe that a person's philosophical and theological beliefs do not actively have an impact on your goddamn life and the way they move in these positions of power. And it absolutely does. It absolutely does. And so now you done had this period of time with Biden getting, that's enough. That's enough. Now you're doing too much. Y'all done had this period of time with Biden in office. You have an actively Catholic presenting, because that's the other thing y'all don't pay attention to is like I'm in Hollywood, right? And I am always struck because everything is some sleight of hand shit. I want to tell you, everything is some sleight of hand shit. So not only is your state apparatuses perpetually informed by these institutions, these religious institutions, always perpetually. But even when I was doing this research about, I talked to y'all about it a couple months ago about how many famous people in Hollywood that, like, I guess it started with this article I read called actors you didn't know were Jewish, right? And I'm thinking it's gonna be, like a handful here, a handful there. And I was like, they Jewish? Like Harrison Ford. Child, that man was a great giant ass cornerstone of my young life. Raiders of the Lost are this dude, every movie that he made was like pure gold. He could do no wrong. Remember that movie? What's it called? Fugitive? You feel me? Like, he just couldn't do no wrong. Did y'all know that Harrison Ford is Jewish? 100% Jewish. Girl, okay? I was like, the heck? What? I told y'all how I found out Debbie Gibson was Jewish. I go down to the bourbon room to do a little nostalgia shit. I'm gonna go shake your love. I just can't shake your love. She was doing a little concert at the bourbon room, and this was like 4 weeks after October 17th. And I walk into the club. I walk into the concert hall, and there is a massive, like, stage size, wall size, boo Jewish Star of David on the wall behind her. She gonna come out on the stage in a white evening gown with blue trim, got all her Negro backup singers, 6 Negro backup singers dressed in all white with a blue ass Star of David on their shirt. I said, what the fuck is going on? And the dude that I saw there that I used to sing in a band with years and years ago, like 20 years ago, we saw each other that night. I was like, oh my God, I haven't seen this dude since he was like 19. He was like, what are you doing here? I was like, I come here all the time. He was the sound guy for her show. And yo, he was like, even the white boy was like, yo, what the hell is going on this stage? He was like a hired that, like, he wasn't in her permanent. He wasn't a part of permanent. He was a part of the sound thing for the club. He was like, she used to be she used to be my childhood crush. He was like, but what the fuck is going on this stage right now? I said, yo, I said, what the hell is happening? I didn't even know that she was Jewish because they have been the ones perpetually hiding in plain sight, changing their last name under the auspice of protecting themselves from anti-Semitism. No, under the auspice of being able to slide into positions that they had no access to or no right to, if you have me tell it, like black ass spaces. You know what I'm saying? I digress. You feel me? And baby, I started running down this list of people. That was the name of the article I found on a Jewish website, an article on a Jewish website, famous actors and musicians that you didn't know were Jewish. I said, oh my God. When I tell you I read that list in absolute, utter dismay, child, absolute, utter surprise. I was like, I said, has this shit been strategic the whole time? Because there was hardly a name on the list that did not have some direct impact on my whole childhood. I said, oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. I was, every band. And then because it was so not in my frame of thought, because to me, growing up, especially growing up in Florida, Jewish people were just white people who just happened to be Jewish or who just happened to practice Judaism, but they were still white. They still lived as white. I knew a lot of Jewish people in Alabama, a lot. I knew a lot of Jewish people in Florida, a lot. But they didn't present with their Jewish. They didn't lead with their Jewishness, honey. They led with their whiteness. They're like, we white, but we happen to be Jewish too. You understand? And so it was like not even something that you factored into like the grand scheme of things. And so when I was reading this list, I was like, oh my God, yeah, that makes sense. It never occurred to me to think, oh, they Jewish. You feel me? They were just white. Like in terms of the bands or in terms of the actors, artists of any kind that were Jewish. You feel me? But then I started looking at the list. I was like, oh my goddamn motherfucking God. Like every last band I've ever loved, every last musician I've ever been obsessed with, except those of them that was us. You feel me? Like obviously us. But even the number of black people who claim, Jewish, like Sammy, like what was his name? Sammy Davis Jr. That was what I was getting to. Was even if people were not born of quote Jewish heritage. There's so many. It was another list that I started. There's so many people who in Hollywood right now who were born Jewish who are Catholic converts. That is a big thing. I was like, when I talk to y'all about how I be constantly working on this thing that eventually I want to make a thing called the unholy trinity, the workings behind closed doors to control the world, the insidious relationship between Judaism, Catholicism, aka Christianity, and Islam, and how they pretend this like constant, perpetual, at odds, at war shit, but behind closed doors, they recognize they brethren and they maneuver the chessboard to keep everybody in a state of fucking warfare while they control and run the world together in harmonious union, this unholy trinity, right? And so I started reading this. I started looking at the number of people, particularly in Hollywood, who have been converts, and the majority of them that's why I'm talking about this. You just got here, Nikki. That's why I started this whole conversation. Is just found out that the Pope is the first American Pope in the history of the institution. Boy, you ain't gonna be up in here wiggling on me. You understand? Now you gonna chill or you gonna get down. That's how I got on this conversation. And so I'm sitting here, especially when that thing jumped off with Shia LaBeouf, who is Jewish, and he is one of the more quote outspoken Catholic converts. You feel me? But so when this thing started happening with him, I started taking notes about what boy, you super cute. You're super cute. I started taking notes about they called it I read this article or saw this YouTube. It was like you're doing too much. It's like this whole tendency. A lot of people are talking about it where these dudes who are malignant, do terrible shit to women and young people in the industry, and then they'll go on a redemption tour. Like, what's the other dude name? The British dude. But it just talked about all of these men who all they'll do is go on a redemption tour anytime they get found out. Anytime they get found out doing some dirt, then they give their life to the Lord. You feel me? Or they become a convert, or they become a spiritual guru, leader-ish type shit. You feel me? And start going on their redemption tour, and all is forgiven, right? So I was on that shit. Russell Brand, that's what I was thinking about. Thank you, baby. And so I was on that shit, and I was like, okay, well, let me just find out how many super flesh was like that. Exactly, right? And so I said, let me just see how many people in Hollywood have been converts. And they have articles that you can just Google, and there it is, of people who were born, into a tradition that they claimed, and then they converted to another tradition. And the list was so long of people born Catholic and converting to Judaism, and people born Jewish converting to Catholicism. That shit is a huge thing in Hollywood. And I keep telling y'all, everybody keep talking about how Hollywood is the devil and all of that shit. Hollywood has been, what do you call it? Ground zero. Hollywood, LA, Los Angeles historically has been ground zero for religious zealotry. Ground zero for religious zealotry. Yes, it has. There are more, except for New York, I think. Except for New York. Los Angeles, there are more churches, synagogues, and mosques per capita, per person, than anywhere in the United States other than New York City. When I tell you, you can throw a rock and hit a church, throw a rock and hit a mosque, throw a rock and hit a goddamn what you call it, synagogue, especially the synagogues. Child, the synagogues out here abound in endless numbers. this place is ground zero for religious zealotry, because it ain't just been, quote, serial killers and cults that have abounded in Los Angeles. Church movements, like I was just reading yesterday for some other reason, the history of revivals, because remember when I was talking to y'all in my review breakdown of sinners, and I was like, it wasn't until I researched, because I was researching Remic's name, remember? And they were saying that Remic's name, it's the etymology of his name is literally the scientific name of a very specific sparrow called what? The pendulum tit sparrow, and how this sparrow imagery has been coming up in so many places in the lives that I've been doing for y'all. I was like, damn, this sparrow symbology is huge. Like, what the fuck is that about? Because his name means sparrow. It is the actual scientific name for a very specific sparrow, right? And as soon as I saw the word sparrow, I was like, well, the first thing that came to my mind is the song His Eye is on the Sparrow. This is obviously a church movie. That's what this movie is. This movie is a church movie. Okay. And so, as a matter of fact, if you had me, I won't go that deep, but this movie is a church movie. Okay. And so I say, okay, His Eye is on the Sparrow. So I researched the white woman who wrote the song, His Eye is on the Sparrow. And in researching her, I found out that she was a key and integral part of what they call the Second Great Awakening in the United States. Shout to Jay say, please do go that deep. So I'm like, okay, well, let me go on up in here, because it must be something for us to get from it, right? So His Eyes on the Sparrow, research the woman, she's a part of the Second Great Awakening. So there are documented four great awakenings in the United States since the 1700s, okay? And this woman was a part of the Second Great. You're doing a lot. I'm going to put your ass down. This woman was a part of the Second Great Awakening. And so I go into that wormhole. I talked to y'all about it. If you want to revisit it, go to the movie breakdown of the sinners, right? The reason I'm mentioning it now was because when I went into the thing about the Second Great Awakening, or the different Great Awakenings, the Great Awakenings, all of them were marked by, and for those that don't know, short version, the Great Awakenings were about these periods of time, these like monumental periods of time that usually lasted around 5 to 10 years throughout the history of the United States, where there was like a new enthusiasm for religious institutions, primarily Christian Methodist religious institutions, or new forms and versions of the church emerging. The Great Awakening, the Second Great Awakening that she came up in, was this attempt by these they were all from like Kentucky, I believe, but these Southern men, these prominent Southern men who were Methodist, and their whole thing was trying to unify the church. That there were all of these Protestant sects all over the eastern side of the country, and they wanted to unite the sects to give them more power, right? And so the Second Great Awakening was really more about unification. It was considered a unification movement, people attempting to, quote, condense, to pull in ranks, to condense and unify these Protestant branches of the church. Now, the reason that this is important is because there was a transitionary period between the Second Great Awakening and the Third Great Awakening. And one of the primary kind of like outreach tools that they used in both the second and the Third Great Awakening was revivals. So that was how you pulled in the ranks, right? It was, you would have spontaneous church somewhere. Y'all remember me talking about it when I talked about my own experience growing up in a cult. That was the thing that won my pastor to grow the ranks of his church, was revivals. Revivals were a strategic part of winning and numbers to your flock. That's how Jim Jones built his flock, was he went on the road, bought some buses, you feel me, pitched some tents, and was just rallying people. That is a huge cornerstone of, quote, awakening movements, was the revivals as their primary strategy. Okay. Now, with the second great awakening and the third great awakening, revivals were, quote, the soul winning tool. You feel me? This is what I was thinking about just the other day when I got on the revivals just the other day, because I was like, what I felt like I was experiencing with this kind of like new religious fervor that I have been talking to you guys about for at least the last 3 years. At least, you know what, since 2021, 2022, as we were approaching America's first Pluto returns, that I could see this kind of hardcore, this kind of sharp, like this, like the graph is here, and then this kind of sharp increase in this religious zealotry that was happening right around America's entry into its first Pluto returns. And it's only been increasing ever since then. And I think the thing that I was thinking about the other day when I was talking, doing these little, what seemed like mindless kind of deep dives about conversion and about Biden and him being Catholic, and then the Pope dying, and the whole time the Pope had spent the last 2 years planning for what we've been talking about that's going to happen on May 20th with the 1700th revival of the 1700th anniversary of the Council of Nicaea, 325 AD, May 20th to August 25th, 325 AD. They set this plot that we are currently being impacted by, they set that motherfucker in motion 1700 years ago, come May 20th. Not only that, the Jews got their own little religious zealot kind of under the radar thing happening with the sacrifice of the red heifers and the rebuilding of Solomon's temple. You feel me? So all of this shit is happening, and it's more subtle than these awakenings. So I was like, all this religious zealotry that I have been talking about for years, I was like, what are the Christians saying about this shit? Are they calling this a new great awakening? Are they calling this a new revival? When I tell y'all need to be paying attention to these preachers, y'all need to be paying attention to these Catholics. When I tell y'all that I have been an avid subscriber of the Catholic, what do they call it? The Catholic News Network for about 10 years. I've been subscribed to the Catholic News Network. Anything happening in the world, I want to know what the Roman Catholic Church got to say about that shit. I want to know from the horse's mouth what their opinion is about the shit. Because they always tell the truth on themselves. You know what I'm saying? But we don't know how to listen. We're not Catholic. I'm not about that. I don't pay attention to that. That's why your ass fucked up. When I tell you what did I call it? The Little Light Studios on YouTube that I watch, I watch that shit avidly. Yes, I do. Yes, I'm tapping into what they talking about at least once a week. And so meanwhile, we talking about politics and we're talking about this distractionary shit, like it is not informed by zealots. Like it is not actually being run, controlled, and steered by zealots. By LED, thank you, LED Studios. Like it is not being run, controlled, and steered by zealots. How many times you done heard about atheists in positions of power? Open atheists in positions of power up in this house, up in the Senate, up in the cabinet. How many witches like the white woman we saw at the city council meeting who was asked by the city council to open the council meeting up with a prayer, and she opened the prayer up with a prayer to Medusa. How many people you see doing that in all these years? How many people you done seen go up and say, I want to open up as an ordained priest of the this and this and this and this, saying, Hail Medusa? Nah. This thing is run and steered by zealots, by religious extremists. What did I say a Catholic was? Whether they were conscious of it or not, I'm sorry, somebody gonna be mad. But what did I say a Catholic was? What did I say a evangelical Christian was? What did I say a practicing Jew is? What did I say a practicing Muslim is? They are all nationalists. They're all race nationalists. Every single one of them. Every single one of them. If your ass is chocolate as I am, with your hair nappy as mine is, and your ass is a Christian, you are a white nationalist. Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are. Yes, you are. Because that is the underpinning of the institution that you call yourself aligned with, is white nationalism. Is patriarchal white nationalism. Anyway, so this thing is happening. I got on that whole diatribe that I did not intend to go on, but since we mentioned it and everybody's talking about it, and even people that commented it up in the comments, there are serious implications that come as a consequence of the Pope, of the figurehead, of the institution of global supreme white nationalism being from the United States of America, being an American. There are implications of massive proportion. Massive. And that's why I went into the thing about Biden. Biden's presidency impacted us in ways that we do not even acknowledge, sheerly for the fact that his ass is a practicing Catholic. All of these laws that y'all are talking about being overturned by the Supreme Court, that's supposed to be, completely objective. How is it possible for an honorary Jesuit? How is it possible? How is it humanly possible for a practicing devout Catholic to be objective about his or her decision in the law of the land when there's no objectivity in the goddamn Catholic Church institution in the first place? None. They don't have to be objective. They're zealots. And you don't think that's going to have an impact on your life. And so you will stay thinking that it's just a miscarriage of justice and the fact that it doesn't abide and uphold the Constitution. You feel me? You clueless. You literally are. How could they do that? How they do that? That go against the Constitution. They don't give a goddamn about the Constitution, bitch. We Catholics. And we run the shit now. We control the whole ship now. This shit is our shit to run. And you don't think that their religious institutions, their religious ideology is going to inform how they run and steer your life? Y'all play too many motherfucking games is what y'all do. Y'all play too many games. And I've been up on here yelling like a lunatic about how we have to pay attention to who the figureheads of fucking power are behind closed doors. We have to know their life. We have to know how they grew up. Everybody that's in the news, I don't care who it is, I don't care how seemingly insignificant or small it is. The first thing I'm doing is going to a wiki of theirs, or going to their website if they got one. The first thing I am trying to do is understand who the hell they are, where they grew up, who they mom and them is. Y'all think I'm playing. There is nobody, I don't care how seemingly insignificant, there ain't nobody who the first thing I don't do is go back, because everybody got a wiki page. Everybody got something up on the internet that can tell you who the hell they are. Even though they present the way that they present right now, you need to know who they is. You need to know who their people name is. You need to know who their people name is. You need to know who their mama name is. You need to know where they went to college. All of these things will inform you about who they actually are versus who they tell you they are. And so y'all think the last 4-5 years have been brutal. Y'all better strap the fuck in. Because that's the other reason that I was talking about this slow simmering reestablishment of nationalism throughout Europe. The place that has been the most audaciously rabid in its extreme, like thrusting us backness in terms of nationalism has been the United States of America. Even people who are engaged in nationalism in Europe are like, yo, America tripping, right? Even they are shocked by the displays of nationalism coming out of the United States of America. They're like, whoa, like, yo, like America just up in there like, fuck it. We can make enemies of everybody and y'all can still get it. We ain't gotta have no allies. Fuck it. We in here. We up in here. What y'all gonna do? And so this is a message for everybody, not just U.S. citizens, about the implication of the next pope and everybody. That's the other thing. This sleight of hand shit is everywhere, child, but naked and in full effect. Everybody's singing Francis's praises. oh my God, he was a pope of the people. He was so progressive. Ugh. He was a Jesuit. He was actually the first in a number of ways. It was the first time in the history of the institution that a Jesuit had been made the pope. It was the first time in the history of the institution that there had been a pope who was from South America or from so-called Latin America. But y'all need to get back into your study about who the Jesuits are and the history of the Jesuits and why they are so controversial, even though they have such a blemishless and innocent personification. Now we just help the babies and we just raise money for children. They gave themselves a facelift because they was monstrous motherfuckers. Monstrous. And so people are like, oh my God, Pope Francis, we're so sad. He was so progressive. Look at him washing people's feet. He's so humble. Meanwhile, he was one of the wealthiest men on earth. Meanwhile, now on paper, he was still rich. Like they was like, oh, he's only worth $2.5 million. He's such a humble pope. Nah, babe. Listen, nah, babe. On paper, he was worth $2.5 million. On paper. You feel me? So y'all keep falling for the okie doke, and they keep giving you the okie doke. They like, damn, they still gonna fall for this bullshit? Well, let's give them more. Let's give them more. Let's have this nigga go down here and wash some black people's feet. Let's sit here. Oh my God, see, he's so awesome. He's washing black people's feet just like Jesus did. Boy, I can't stand y'all. I cannot. And I ain't talking about y'all. Y'all up on game. Y'all hip to the shit. But when I tell you this shit be blowing my mind, that people be still slurping this shit up like it's a hearty meal. I got a girlfriend back in the day. She wrote a poem called Bullshit Covered in Gravy. And she say, as long as it's covered in gravy, no matter what the bullshit is, we'll eat it up. As long as it's covered in gravy, we'll eat it the fuck up. And they like, damn, we ain't even got to switch up the play that often. Because let me just divert. It's still tied, but it's a diversion. What's this brother name? Ronald Hinton. Did I say his name right? Somebody tell me. Ronald Hinton. Let me correct. Ronald Hinton Jr. I just want to say it is necessary for me to say. It is necessary for me to say because it's a part of what we've been talking about for several weeks now. And it's too easy for me and many, many, many others, and justly for us, we women, in our frustration, to be, because the last live that I did, I was like, man, these three big ass black men watch this white boy Mexican, this white skinned Mexican, cuss these women out and call them everything but the name of God and didn't even flinch. This dude is vomiting the word, nigga with the R on the end. You feel me? And they just watching on GP. You ain't even got to like the women, whatever. Stomp that dude out. How audacious do you have to be? That's the world that we live in. I'm like, damn, like I said the other day, like for every 20 men you see in this world, this weird monstrosity that's been created, for every 20 men, one of them got a spine. For every 20 men, one of them got a spine. You feel me? So I went off the other day because I was mad. But I'm going to tell you today, and there ain't too often that I be giving men no props. Y'all know me. There ain't too often I be giving men props. When that, what they call the Montgomery Mollywop, when them brothers went to work, got the business, I was like, baby, y'all made y'all mother proud today. Yes, y'all did that. Y'all made y'all mother proud today. More of that. More made me proud to be from Alabama. More of that. You feel me? This week was another one of them days when I tell you that Ronald Hinton Jr. made his fucking mother proud today. Or whenever, what was it? Last Thursday. Yes, he did that 3 days before Pluto went retrograde in Aquarius. He made his mother proud that day, baby. And then seeing the video of them perp walking him into the courtroom and this Negro, gross, old Uncle Tom ass judge allowing 30 plus officers in the court to quote, intimidate him when he go in for his arraignment. This brother, when I tell you, he lifted my spirit. Yes, he did. They, first of all, they wouldn't let none of the family members into the arraignment. So it was just him and a literally stuffed full room of cops. Big old, and they made sure to get the ones that's juicing on steroids, these big old ugly cops lining the courtroom so that the family members couldn't even see the arraignment through the window. They was making sure to block the window. So the ones that they wouldn't even let up inside, blocking the window, the only Negroes in there. And then when they did the perk walk, and when I tell you everything is methodical, everything, there is not a detail that they leave unaddressed. That the people who walked this brother through the room, through the perk walk to his arraignment, the people that they put on both sides of him to lead him through the perk walk was two black female pigs. I said, if y'all, when I tell y'all, there is not a detail they leave unaddressed. A room full of giant steroid head cops that he got to walk through, and he being grabbed on both arms by two black female cops. Child, I would have said, y'all got to fire me today. I ain't walking that brother through there like that. That's that bullshit. That's that bullshit. Anyway, man, y'all got to go watch this video of his perp walk. But I tell you, that shit made my day. I must have watched it 100 times today. It lifted my spirit. Yes, it did. Yes, it did. Because what you were witnessing, when I tell you he in them orange jumpsuits with these two female cops walking him through this wall of crackers, staring him down, and he just started laughing. And then he was like, and then he heard his family members out there, and then he turned around and he saw his family members like, yeah, you did that. You did that. You did that. And so the cops start trying to block the window. You understand what I'm saying? And he saw his people out there. He was like, yeah, I did that. His chin went all the way up to the goddamn ceiling. He was like, I did that. Chest poked out. And when they finally walked him down this wall of cops, guess what he did? He stared every single one of them down in their eyes. Like that. When I tell you, that's how I got, this is what prompted me to talk to you about what I'm going to talk to you about today. When I tell you, and I told y'all the other day, I don't remember what day it was, Tuesday, whatever, when I did the last live, that even the gazelle, there is not a single animal, child, not even a sloth. There is not a single animal in the animal kingdom that does not have some immediate response to a threat that's their natural default is I have to preserve my goddamn existence. That if something is coming for them, coming for me, I gotta make it hard. Whether I have to fight or flee. Bitch, you gonna have to work for this meal. You gonna have to earn this. Because until my last breath, I'm kicking your ass or I'm running as hard as I can to preserve my right to exist. And in this shit that has been done to our brains through these religious institutions, as we are supposed to be the personification of the input, the impact of an evolutionary process that takes us from knuckle dragging to being able to comprehend and manifest and all of these things. We are the only creature on the whole of the globe that where conditioning has been successful in its use to prevent us from preserving our own existence. That we neither flee nor fight. We neither flee nor fight. The only creature on earth, child, the only creature, can you imagine that we have the ability to reason, that we have the ability to think, that we have the ability to write and to express and build and manifest And we, in our goddamn intellectual conditioning, have been conditioned away from preserving at all costs our right to exist on this planet as we willed ourselves into existence. Ain't that the most spectacular thing that's ever happened? The future, scientists and psychologists and the like, will be studying this most recent period in history, the efficiency with which these religious institutions have completely eradicated our ability to preserve our own existence. They'll be studying this shit for 1,000 years. How the hell did this happen? How did scores of, actually billions of people over the last 2,000 years literally allow themselves to be extincted off the face of the planet that they willed themselves into existence to be? How did this happen? They will be studying this shit for 1,000 years. And when I saw that African, when I saw that black man, after I had just seen a video, they had tested my resolve just 2 days prior with these Negroes sitting at the table, letting this white boy Mexican verbally assault these women, and their decision, because they made a decision in that moment. Here they are, the three black men, between the white presenting Mexican and the four sisters who was minding their own business. In that moment, they made a decision. And the decision was, we choose white male patriarchy. We choose whiteness. We choose masculinity. We choose maleness. We choose the hatred of women. We choose the hatred of women, our big black ass selves. They made a decision in that moment. Do you understand? And I was like, y'all females better get your gear up. You better get your skills on. You better get your plot on. You better get your skills up, because when I say that we have no allies, we have no allies. We don't. And in that same week, I told you, in that same week, 3 or 4 men that I know personally, I don't know what was happening last week. Maybe it was the revelations of all y'all, Pluto, telling us as she was about to go into retrograde motion, you need to know who in your clique. So I'm gonna need them to tell you. I'm gonna need them to confess to you who they are, so you know that when the shit hit the fan, you cannot count on these motherfuckers. Even as they call themselves your friend, even as they tell you they love you and shit. That it was like 4 grown ass men in 1 week. I was like, this is so bizarre. What the hell is happening? 4 grown men tell me, oh, I'm a pacifist. The hell you say? What? What that mean? What that mean you a pacifist? Today? In 2025, with a Trump cabinet, you a pacifist? You got wives and kids, and you a pacifist? Oh Lord, thank you. At first, I was annoyed. Like, why these men keep telling me this shit this week? This is so fucking weird. I mean, unsolicited. Like, I ain't asked what your now one of these men, did I ask what their political position was, what they spiritual, just like random. I was like, what is happening? What is this? It meant to me they pacifists? I said, oh Lord, well, I know that when the zombies come, I can't count on you. You can't bust no shots. You feel me? You can't wrestle a bitch to the ground. That if you see somebody crack me over the face with a fucking brick because I won't give a nigga my phone number, your ass will not be the one defending my goddamn personhood. Thank you for letting me know. Thank you for because what a pacifist gonna do? What that even mean? What does that even mean? So last week, this past few days ago, when I was talking to y'all on that last live, my spirit was hot, baby. When I tell you my spirit was hot, and then listening to all these goddamn astrologers talking about you just need a retreat and go within and shit, I was like, what the hell? When I tell you that the state has infected every space on Earth, there ain't a spiritual space. There ain't a traditional space. There ain't a dancer space. There ain't an Ifa space. There ain't a Yoruba space. I don't care what your motherfucking bag bitch is. The state has infected everything. Every spiritual enlightenment, movement, all that bullshit. You better be able to recognize the state in your shit. You better be able to recognize the state in your own clique. That's the revelation that came to me this week. Was baby, listen. Your clique is infected with the state, bitch. Your clique is infected with the state. Your clique is infected with the state. And then I see this video yesterday with somebody correct me. I think his name is Ronald Hinton Jr. They staring you down. Yeah. Ronald Hinton Jr. And I tell you, as hot as I have been the last week, almost, because it takes a lot to surprise me. I'll be honest. It really, really does. No matter how weird shit is, no matter how weird people are, it takes a lot still to surprise me. And when these people came up in my cipher over a week talking this bullshit, I was like, child, I thought it was going to be hard to surprise me, but damn. No, thank you for the revelation. Thank you for telling me who you are and where I stand, where my life stands, where the sanctity of my life stands if my ass get in trouble. I know your ass ain't nobody I can call. So what does love even mean in a situation like that? What does it mean for somebody to tell you, I love you? What does it mean for somebody to tell you, my friend, I love you? And then the next thing out their mouth is, bitch, I'm a pacifist. What does that even mean? What does it mean? Especially in a world that's presenting the way that it is. Do you actually love me? What does that even mean to y'all? Do you give a fuck about my life? What does that even mean to you? What does that even look like? You can't give a fuck about my life if your declaration is, bitch, you a pacifist and you have a wife and children, that your ass wouldn't even defend based on your philosophy, based on you being a pacifist, you wouldn't even defend the life of your wife and children if they was in trouble. How I expect you about to show the fuck up for me? I'm your friend and I love you. Bitch, get the fuck out of my face. You love me in peacetime. You love me when there's no need for you to prove your loyalty, prove that you love someone. You can just say, I love you, and that's it. Huh? That shit was disheartening this week. I'll be honest. And I always ask that question, Universal Faith. This ain't no new discussion I'm having up on here, because I've been saying to y'all for 4-5 years, love is a weapon, and it's an insidious one. It's an insidious one. It's a wicked ass weapon, because there's no parameters that we set collectively where people have to prove what love is. That's why narcissists win. That's why narcissists are able to be as successful in relationships as they are. It's because all you got to do is say, I love you. You don't have to show and prove. That's not a requirement. That's why women end up staying in these cycles where they in cycles of breadcrumbing. You getting treated like shit 50% of the time, 75% of the time, and then every now and again he'll bring you some flowers. And you'll be like, oh, it can be like it was. It can be like it was in the beginning when he was love bombing the fuck out of me. You know what I'm saying? It can be where it was romantic. What is romantic? What does that even mean? Where does the term come from? We call this expression of really insidious, vindictive love, because that's what it is, insidious, vindictive love, romantic, where I know it comes from Rome. That's the point that I'm making, is we have to even redefine what the displays of love are. We can't be calling it romantic, because Rome was a diabolical, monstrous motherfucker that we talking about right now. And so what does romantic displays of love look like? And how is it a weapon being used against you? What are the new radical ways that we can express commitment to one another, devotion to one another, that is not harmful, that is not insidious, that is not fucking obvious weaponry? Anyway, that shit blew me this week. And so when I say thank you, who was that? Shanta J. Rodney Hinton Jr. I want every last one of you witches to say his name. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Now I know, and I concede, and I'm sure they will find it, because that's what the state do, and that's fine. I am sure that he got issues just like most men in this country got today, because they are the victims of patriarchal conditioning. I'm sure they're gonna find some dirt on him. I'll be willing to bet they probably gonna find some person that they can bring forward. Oh, Lisa J, girl. Oh my God. Y'all in the IG feed cannot see, but this is the Lisa J, who stay blowing my mind. She stay blowing my mind in my email. She stay blowing my mind. And she just broke down. She just broke down. Listen, when I tell you, sometimes it should be so in your face that it eludes you. She just put in the chat Roman antics. I gotta take a minute. Oh my God. Yo, Lisa J, you better come on in the room, girl. God. Woo. She said Roman antics. Listen, you understand? Anyway, all I'm saying is like say the man name, because what did they do the next day after this thing happened with Rodney Hinton Jr., after the cops killed his son? The next day before his arraignment, I know they probably terrorized the man into doing it, but of course what they always do is get some willing Negro to go before a press conference. And this child's grandfather, this man's father, Rodney Hinton Jr., got up on a press conference and said, I want to send child. His son is being perp walked into a courtroom of 30 plus cops. His grandson ain't even buried yet. And the first thing in the press conference that he says is, my heart and prayers go out to the family of the officer my son killed. That's the first thing he said. That was the first thing out his mouth. That was the first thing out his mouth. This giant black ass man. I want to send my prayers out to the family of the officer my son killed. We all hurting right now. We all hurting. That's the first thing his ass gonna say. That's the first thing his ass gonna say. And what Rodney Hinton Jr. decided that day that he went to with his lawyer to view the body cam of what happened to his 18-year-old baby about to graduate high school in 2 months. And all over the news right away, oh, this terrible kid, and he did this, and he pulled the guns on the cops, and it was a shootout. That was the first thing I heard, was that it was a shootout. What does a shootout mean? We squared off, you busting shots, I'm busting shots, and I get capped. And then this man goes, hearing the news spin right away, goes to see the body cam footage, and they shoot his baby in the back as he is running for his life. He ain't turn around and square off. They shoot his baby in the back. His 18-year-old baby about to graduate high school in 2 months. They shoot his baby in the back. And once he sees the body cam footage, it wasn't when he got the news that his child had been killed by a cop. It was when he saw the body cam footage, and already the media had already been spun in opposition to his baby. And then he see in real time that these thugs mowed his baby down, cowards that they are, and shot his baby in the back. His only child shot his baby in the back. That's when they say he walked out of the viewing. He left the viewing and went and did what he did. And I'm hearing all kinds of disgusting. And of course, that's what they do. That's what they do. Because we are the perpetual enemy of the state. Black folks, we are the perpetual bad guy of the United States. We are the perpetual problem and cause of everything wrong in the United States. And so whenever the state perpetrates these acts of aggression against us, everybody gets on board with witnessing Black bodies destroyed in this fucking country. That there is no other group of people whose bodies are perpetually displayed. Not saying that there aren't other people, because child, when I found out how many white people get killed by the cops every year, I was like, God damn. So very, very, very many white people who get killed by the cops every year. That shit was sobering, I'll be honest. I was like, what the fuck? But why don't we know that? Because white people who get killed by the cops, Mexican people who get killed by the cops, en masse, by the way, large numbers for Mexican people too. Native American people who get killed by the cops, surprisingly high number of people who are Mexican, who are Native, who get killed by the cops every year. Asian people, good law ups, they're supposed to be the most upstanding of us all, who get killed by the cops every year. What's the difference? Is that none of them, not one other community in this country do you see perpetually, fucking damn near every day, their bodies, their mangled bodies, their holy bodies displayed on TV. They have to make everybody get on board with seeing us as victims, brutalized in public, not just even in this shit with the fucking police or the state or anything like that. The same thing was happening with the rise of the Klan, and you being able to read your local newspaper. I have a book called 100 Years of Lynching with actual pictures of black people hanging from trees, men, women, and children hanging from trees for the height of the 100 years of lynching. And you can see the pictures in the local paper. This has been a perpetual thing of the displaying of mangled black bodies to desensitize, to make sure that nobody empathizes with what happens to us in this country. They showing video after video after video of this baby being mowed down by the cops. We are so used to seeing us as victims, as fucking prey that never fucking attempt to preserve our existence. They are used to that. What they are not used to is seeing what Rodney Hinton Jr. did in response to them taking the life of his only child. What they are not used to seeing, what they are not, and I'm not saying, because I told y'all the other day, I've been reading all these stories about these rebellions happening all over the globe, led by women. We don't never see no shit like that on the news. They cannot afford to see resistance in human beings in any way. They don't. That's why even on your news feed, even in your IG, even in your TikTok, you do not see anything that even remotely looks like resistance anywhere. And I'm sitting here reading this, I think it was on Al Jazeera, all of these rebellions right now today being led by women in all of these countries all over the planet. I'm like, damn, how we don't see this on the news? Because they cannot afford for people to see people in resistance on the news. And so this thing coming out the way that it did, I'm telling you, it was a slip up. They ain't mean for this shit to slip out the way that it did. And so now they were even that thing. What was the Luigi? What was his name? Mangione. What was that boy name in December? Mangione. Child, they did not expect the feedback that they got. Oh my God, there was a hit against the CEO and They did not expect for all these people around the globe, in particular in this country, to be like, yes, he did that. Can we send him some money? He did that. But those same people, I'm telling you, because watching this shit today, those same people who were hailing, but black people were saying it the whole time. Like, we was like, yes, come on, Luigi. Come on in the room, Luigi. You did that, right? But black people also said, let him, he was just dark enough to not be mowed down on sight. I mean, he was just light enough to not be mowed down on sight. They took him in alive. But he was just dark enough that they about to treat him like a nigga when he go in that courtroom. Everybody black was saying that. He just adjacent enough to whiteness and blackness, you feel me, that he was able to actually go into a courtroom. You know what I'm saying? That he wasn't bum rushed and mowed down and blown the fuck up in a hail of 30 bullets in the McDonald's where they found him or whatever. You feel me? He was just white enough for them not to mow his ass down. And he was just black enough that they about to make him the poster child of what it means to resist in any way possible. You feel me? But all them same black folks were saying, but let him be just a little bit darker. Let his ass been 2 shades darker. Baby, and that shit would have went a whole nother way. Not only where the state is concerned, where all these white people who were hailing him as a Robin Hood-esque hero of the people, they would have turned like, child, they would have flipped the switch like as quick as the switch on your wall to turn on your lights to illuminate your home. And this dude, Rodney Hinton Jr. is the evidence of what everybody was saying back in December when Luigi Mangione took justice upon himself. Took what he felt like was vindication and justice into himself. And he did the same thing when they perp walk him. all the media was like, that was a bad move. when they perp walk Luigi, they was like, damn, they shouldn't have did that, because they really made his ass look like a hero then, because he did the same thing. His chest was out, his chin was up. He was like, y'all did that, and what? Because when somebody gets that desperate what is not being said is they in that moment that they take the action that they take, they have made a decision. They have made a decision about their life. They have made a decision. So whether they go down in a hail of bullets or whether they go to prison, they have made a decision that this action that I am about to take, I am ready to commit my whole life to that. That is what is frightening for the state. That's what's frightening for the state. Is that a single person. So I hear this dude, this brother today, give his whole position on how silly people are, talking about an eye for an eye. Now I've been following this guy for a long time. He's supposed to be super militant, like he's doing these videos where he's teaching his children how to teaching them fire, like teaching them how to fire weapons. You feel me? Like how to dismantle their gun, how to clean it. Just like the white people was doing when you was seeing little girls and the father would be like timing them about how quick they could break down their gun, clean their gun, and reassemble their gun. And they like 8, 9, 10. Well, this brother started doing the same thing. So he's got all these little babies and he's teaching and they supposed to be like these off-grid, hardcore, militant family, right? And I see it. So I was like, damn, I ain't seen this brother in a long time. What do you got to say about it? And he started going off about y'all silly. Y'all silly. Why y'all ain't just, that wasn't strategic what he did. You feel me? And this silly thing that's y'all just be bucking on emotion and shit. You feel? I was like, wow, that's deep. that's an interesting curveball that I did not expect from this off-grid, militant, tattooed face. Because that's all he was doing was like clowning black people. Y'all so silly and y'all so emotional and y'all don't be thinking strategically and all of this shit. That's what I tell y'all. They don't never come to the right conclusions. Y chromosome bearing human beings. I don't care how forward thinking you think they is, they always gonna miss the mark. That was his conclusion. You understand that you can't fight against the state. That's what he said. Why are you living off grid then? Why are you teaching your babies how to use guns then? Like why you got this page that's got scores of thousands of followers and you don't have a philosophy, of whatever, of divine justice. You don't have a philosophy of divine justice. You feel me? So anyway, dang. So let me figure out how to ghetto rig this shit with my phone because it's saying my phone is about to die. Let's see here. Ooh, maybe we can use DIT. Will that work without messing up some stuff? Let's see if we can do that. Sorry about that. I don't want the phone to go dead while I'm on. Okay. And now I'm done with my diatribe. I'm gonna talk that lasted an hour and a half. My bad, but y'all know how I be. But I did want to say that. I did say that I was not gonna let the day go by. Oh snap. That's not gonna work. Shit. I did say that I was not gonna let the day go by. See if I can pull that back. Okay, cool. Y'all gonna have to see me weird because I'm like straight ghetto rigging my phone so it doesn't die on me. Okay. I did say I was not going to let the day go by without speaking this brother's name out loud. Speaking conspiracies of protection over his name and over his life without acknowledging that as upset as I have been this week, disappointed with our men this week, that I also have to acknowledge when there is one whose name needs to be covered in blessings and conspiracies of empowerment. I had to do that today. So I wanted to say that to all of y'all, that while we women, we black skinned women in particular, have a legitimate grudge, we have a legitimate frustration with the behavior because of their patriarchal conditioning, their white nationalist conditioning, we have a legitimate frustration that we have a right to express with the failures of our men. We do. That we also have to take a moment when one shows up in extraordinary ways to protect he and his. And so that's what I'm on today. When I tell you, watching that video yesterday, watching several videos of his entry into that courtroom today, listen, soften certain spaces in my heart, child. When I tell you, spots that had been hardened was softened on this week. He did that. He did that. Like I said, I only give so many props. I'm sure there's some woman out there whose feelings have been hurt. I could probably guarantee it. But as of today, this action that he took in defense of he and his was nothing short of a heroic act that needed to be seen in real time. It was beautiful. It was a beautiful execution of the mother's will, of the mother's judgment, of the mother's swift judgment on those who would commit crimes against human beings, against children. It was beautiful. It was beautiful. Now, the title of this live is actually something to the effect of fight or flight. It is and since I've taken up so much time, I'm going to try to condense this, and it's going to be multiple parts anyway, regardless, even if I didn't do an hour and a half intro. But this is something that has been on me for quite some time. As a matter of fact, my one of my term papers, my exiting term papers in graduate school was about, I don't know, y'all been hearing me promise this for a long time, actually. My obsession with the vagus nerve, right? My obsession with the endocrine system, of the magical ways that the body expresses itself. When I tell you, it is a kind of nerdy-esque weirdo obsession with the vagus nerve and the central nervous system, the endocrine system. Okay. And with all of this that has been happening this week, and what I talked to you guys about as we transition into, as we have transitioned into this Pluto retrograde in Aquarius as of Sunday, and what that represents, what these archetypes mean, and teaching you how to adjust, how to pivot, how to behave, how to power up. Because that's all astrology is supposed to do, using these archetypes that are familiar to everyone, whether they understand astrology or not, using the myths associated with these archetypes to help you to pivot and adjust from season to season, from year to year, from phase of life to phase of life. That's what it's about, empowering you. Astrology is an attempt to be a roadmap in the fulfillment of your destiny. How to pivot based on what the potential shortcomings and pitfalls are in your behavior and in your peculiar archetype. That's all it's for, is to empower us. It's like you are born with a map. That's your astrological fingerprint in the world. That's the map. You have a destiny. You have a destination that you are attempting to get through. And you want to get to that destination in the easiest way possible. That's why you have a map. You ain't trying to explore and take all the back roads. You know what I'm saying? You ain't trying to make the journey difficult. You're trying to simplify and make this reaching of this destination as painless as possible. This is how both numerology and astrology are supposed to assist you. You are born with a map to the destination that you are trying to arrive to, which is your destiny. You feel me? And so when you read these, and that's why it was so important for these religious institutions to keep that away from us, by the way. Numerology and astrology, oh, that's the devil shit. You in the Bible, you don't need to be looking at no stars. You don't need to be using divination. All that shit is the devil shit. Why is that the devil shit? Because the devil is the adversary to the one who has been attempting to control your entire life. He needs you to be living blind and in the dark so that he can manipulate you and juice you for every ounce of essence that he can at your expense. He don't need you to know what your destiny is. He can't afford for you to know what your destiny is, the adversary. He can't afford for you to have access to divination and soothsayers and mediums and necromancers and astrology. He can't even afford for you to possess your own roadmap that you was born with. He don't even want you. I did not know my triad. I did not know my triad until 2018. I didn't. I knew I was a Virgo. That's all I knew. Up until 2017, 2018, when for the first time in my whole existence, even being in spiritual spaces of E5, even being a devotee of E5 for 15 years, nobody ever pressed the urgency of me getting my chart done so I could see in real time what my destiny is. Do you know I was always going to have only one child? I did not know it was that specific. That you can know by looking at your roadmap exactly how many children you're going to have. I said, this shit is unbelievable. Like, when I got my chart done, I said, this shit is radical as fuck. I said, that's why it was strategic for them to keep that shit away from you. Because your life is not supposed to be a mystery. It is supposed to be mysterious, but not a mystery. You understand? And so get your chart done. That's what I tell everybody. Y'all get readings from me, and all I'm doing is tarot. But the first thing I'm asking you is, what's your triad? I don't know. That shit is urgent. It's just as urgent as getting your goddamn prescription filled if you got high blood pressure. You need that. Get your chart done. Now, nobody stressed the urgency for me. And so I waited. Even 15 years of devotee, I was like, oh, okay, I'm a Virgo. What? And there were even people who knew that shit. They'd be like, you a Virgo? I was like, yeah, I'm a Virgo. I was like, why you say it like that? Child, you don't seem like no Virgo. I was like, what that even mean? I got my chart done. I was like, oh, that's what it means. Yeah, I'm a Virgo sun, but bitch, I'm a Capricorn moon and a goddamn Gemini rising. That's why my ass talks so much. You feel me? Because Virgos are introverts. You know what I'm saying? Silent sufferers and shit. You feel me? And there was people, they were like, girl, your ass, you so social, you so outgoing. They was like, you sure you a Virgo? I was like, what the fuck you mean? Am I sure I'm a Virgo? Yeah, right? And then I got my chart done. And they was like, oh, even the woman that did my chart, she was like, oh, there it is. I see, because we know each other. And she did my chart for me. And she's like, girl, yeah. She was the one. She was like, no, we got to find out. We got to find out who you are, girl. And she did my chart for me. And she was like, girl, this chart made you make sense. That's my prescription for everybody online. If you ain't, because I know there's a lot of people who are following my channel who are new in their spiritual journey. And nobody else is going to tell you this, but you heard it here today. If you do not do anything else within the next 3 months, get your chart done now, right away. When I tell you, it will demystify your whole life in a way that you will feel like your ass has been robbed. How my mama didn't know to tell me this. How my people and them didn't know. You will feel robbed. I felt robbed when I got my chart done. I was like, this is how you're supposed to be raising children. As a matter of fact, if you got new babies, if you got young children, get your baby's charts done. Stop playing with your baby's destinies. I wish that was the first thing. When I got my chart done, I went right away. I got my mother's chart done. I got my daughter's chart done. I got my grandchildren's chart done. Do not be creating chaos in the lives of your loved ones unnecessarily. You get their charts done, you automatically know what their potential weaknesses are, what their strengths are, and that you don't attempt to suffocate their goddamn destiny off your conditioning. Your chart will tell them, no, you need to be nurturing their artistic gifts. You don't need to be bucking against them. This is going to be the easiest route for the fulfillment of their destiny. Blah, 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 blah. Get your chart done today and stop playing. My mama is a Christian. I didn't tell my mama I got her chart done. But when I talk to my mother, when I counsel my mother, I have her chart and her placement in my head. So I know how to pivot. I know how to adjust in a way that she's still comfortable as a Christian with the advice that I give her as a doctor. Get your people in them charts done and stop playing. And I ain't even talking about just my mom and them, because it's on my list of things to do to get my last living grandmother's chart done. Is on my list of things to do to get my extremely zealot Christian minister sister, missionary sister's chart done. Listen, I'm telling you, that shit, more than anything that I have done since I have been in these spiritual spaces, the most magnanimously impactful thing that I ever did was the day I got my chart done. And if you now you know. So whether you new up in these spiritual spaces, whether you a baby up in these spiritual spaces, whether you just stepped out to church yesterday, or whether you old up in this shit and astrology ain't really been, quote, your thing. You feel me? I do not care. Child, if you have to tell it, even if your ass is an atheist, you better go out here and get your motherfucking chart done and stop playing games. Your chart is just as significant as your fingerprint in identifying who you are within the grand tapestry of the entire universe. You matter. Your presence on the earth matters. And spirit was not trying to make life hard for you. Your mother is not trying to make life hard for you. She said, baby, there is a mystery that must unfold. And here is a roadmap that is just yours. That you are the only you that will ever exist in the whole of human history, past, present, or the future. That is how important you are in the grand tapestry. And I want to make sure that you are empowered to lean both feet forward into this magnanimous destiny that is peculiarly yours. Here's a roadmap. You understand? Just like that shit I told y'all day before yesterday about me stumbling upon the significance, the historical significance of the naming process and finding out in real time that day how unbelievably significant my daughter's name was. That shit still is with me. I still haven't even talked to my baby about it. That when I tell you that shit is such a radical confirmation of her ever presence. Y'all saw me. I talk about my baby all the time. I didn't name my daughter. My daughter was named by my missionary sister and my Christian mama. And here, even without knowing it, my mother ordained my daughter to be a continuation of the legacy of the fates of my paternal line. That shit is magic in real time. That shit is magic in real time. That shit blew my mind. Fata Morgana, meaning Morgan the Fate. I said, goddamn, that Morgan the Fate is with every man upon his birth. I said, oh my, whoa, that shit is still fucking me up today. Still fucking me up today. That shit, that's why I'm always talking to y'all about the importance of recognizing what did our deck call it? The majesty in the mundane. The supremacy of the small. This is how the mother speaks. Sometimes she speaks in a yell. Most times she speaks in a whisper because she know your ass ain't gonna listen. If you can't listen in a whisper, you can't hear me when I yell, bitch. If you cannot hear me in a whisper, you cannot hear me in a yell. And so sometimes when we hear the word magic, we think about some Harry Potter shit. We see the expecto patronus and some shit just happened. And we see magic. And so we cannot recognize magic in real time, though it's happening in your life every day, child, every day, if you're open to it. If you're open to it, if you are open to magic, I'm telling you, there is not a day that goes by where you will not experience it. Every day. I promise. Every day. Because I'll be honest, I've seen some extraordinary things before I got here as a 15-year devotee of Ifa. But there is something, and I keep telling y'all that, why I do not leave, why I will not leave until I am told to leave LA. This is an actual living fucking vortex. And when I tell you, when I first started doing my YouTube channel and I had like 30 followers, I'd be like, y'all, I stepped out the house just on like, it wasn't even like a conscious affirmation. I would just walk out of the house saying, today I expect magic. And baby, that shit never failed. That shit never failed. I was like, this shit is so radical. It's damn near, it's damn near unbelievable. This shit is radical. That was my mantra every day. Child, I just expect magic. I just expect magic. And every single day since I have been in LA, I promise, but it's because I recognize the supremacy of the small. I listen to the language that the mother speaks. Do you understand? And some days that language is loud, and some days that language is subtle. But I listen and I receive it. Thank you. Appreciate you. Remember, I told you I got a check in the mail. It was little. It was like $114, but I wasn't expecting that check. I wasn't expecting no money that day. And I got a check from a checking account that I closed 9 years ago. It's like, oh, we was doing some cleanup in our records, and we realized that we took $114 from you and like fees and some shit, and we need to get this is a check for them fees from 9 years ago. I ain't had that checking accounts in 9 years. It was like, here your $114 unexpected. I said, thank you, more and better, more and bigger. Thank you, appreciate you. And then a whole cascade of money fell on me that same weekend. Recognizing the majesty in the mundane, seeing the supremacy of the small. Do you understand? So when I know some of y'all think I'm crazy, I can about bank on it. But when I am sitting here reading that book to y'all the other day without intending and reading about my daughter's name, it was not my intention at all. Nowhere near what I was studying that day to talk to y'all about. And I'm reading. And so my daughter's, the name of my daughter, Morgan, means her birth was a gift. Like that is when you look up baby names and meanings, it means her birth was a gift. I was like, oh, that's cute. Yeah, her birth was a gift. That's my boo, right? And then my daughter just turned 30 last month. You know what I mean? And 30 years later, I am reading in this book, the Women's Dictionary of Symbols and Sacred Objects, that my daughter's name in translation is Morgan the Fate, the most feared, because every man, and when I say man, I mean human, everyone is born with her as their chief fate. She is the guarantor of the inevitability of our biological death. Child, that shit was extraordinary. When you talk about the constant confirmation that she is attempting to give, the constant confirmation that even though I was born in a religious, zealot, end of the world cult in little bitty Edwin, Alabama, to two religious, zealot parents, and when my mother spoke my name over my goddamn life as a Christian, she did not know that even in her unknowing, she was ordaining my goddamn destiny. She didn't know that. My dad deciding that Faye had to be my middle name because I was his firstborn, and trying to stay loyal to the tradition of naming the firstborn son Fate. And he ain't had no sons. He gave me the middle name Faye, which was a combination of his middle name Ray and Fate. So I became Faye. He did not know, as a Christian zealot, that when he told my mother to speak Faye as my middle name, they did not know that they were consecrating an inevitable destiny for me. That all of the women, so even though I come from a line of fates, my great great grandfather, my great grandfather, my grandfather, and my grandfather, and my oldest uncle, that what ordained them, what led to them contributing to my destiny in their names, was their mother's tongue speaking their destiny over their lives. And them being baptized, according at least to the book, in their mother's milk, in their mother's water, and in their mother's blood. That is what I say when I'm talking about the execution and revelation of magic every day. Once you tapped in and you fully accept, you cannot unsee this shit. You cannot unsee this shit. Now, I'm done. Let me talk about, I don't even know how I got on that in the first place, but there's some books that I am going to talk to you about. One I've talked to you about before with a disclaimer. This book is great. I have read it through like a novel several times since I bought it. The disclaimer is this book was written by a Christian medical doctor. He is both a minister and a medical doctor. And so you have to wade through a lot of Christian shit. You feel me? But the essence of this book is great. It is a great execution of what we're going to talk about today. Okay. This book is called Deadly Emotions by Don Colbert, MD. Deadly Emotions by Don Colbert, MD. The subtitle is Understand the Mind, Body, Spirit Connection That Can Heal or Destroy You. You can overcome the deadly emotions that could trigger the disease process, right? So this, and he is also, there was a book that came out, I want to say in the 90s. When was this book published? But there's another book he wrote, I want to say maybe in the late 90s or the early 2000s it was early 2000s that made him very, very popular. It was called, because I remember my Christian sister, this was like a breakthrough book for people who were Christians. The book was called What Would Jesus Eat? And so it was like a whole kind of like diet. It was like a diet, right? Because there was another one called like the Eden Diet or something like that came out that was really big. So he was the author of What Would Jesus Eat? That was the book that made him most like famous, at least in Christian spaces, right? But the name of the book is Deadly Emotions. It is so good. It too is marked up just like a Bible. You feel me? I ain't put no tabs in it yet, but it's good and marked up. This book is excellent. We're going to be using this book today. We're going to be using one of my medical school, medical school textbooks today to contribute to this discussion. When I read this book in college, and I've been telling y'all, I've been struggling with this for about a year now. This thing about Chinese medicine and how much I love this system of medicine. But now, and the more I get into a relationship with the mother, the more contradictions, at least in the philosophy of Chinese medicine, that are being revealed in this process, and with the history of China itself, like reconciling, loving the system of medicine and recognizing at the same time the extraordinarily insidiously wicked and diabolical history of China, because there is a way that we still romanticize and exotify China in a way that does not allow us to see what an extraordinarily diabolical history it has. And so I'm always trying to reconcile that, because I love this medicine and even the culture around this medicine so much. And we have so much reverence for it without recognizing the very evil, extraordinarily diabolical history that coincides with the emergence of the medicine. So I'm saying this because this book, when I read it in college, I was like, oh my God, this is so extraordinary. And the language, and it's so beautiful. And they're talking to you about pinyin and all of this shit. And then I haven't cracked this book open in so long. This was one of my first textbooks in medical school. So, fuck. 2009 when I started my graduate program. So I ain't cracked the spine of this book open since 2009. You feel me? And so in the research for what we're talking about today, I was like, okay, well, we have to obviously address the emotions. So let me revisit this book, who the name of this book is even problematic. And I didn't see it until I started this walk with the mother. The name of the book is Goddamn Evilly Problematic. The name of the book, which is the textbook requirement for anybody entering into Chinese medicine, is probably the first book you're going to read. It is called The Web That Has No Weaver. The fuck? Why they name it that? So I was reading I was looking for notes in another book, and they kept referencing The Web That Has No Weaver. I was like, okay, let me pull this book out. So I had to look for it because it's been that long since I've cracked it open. I was like, The Web That Has No Weaver? Child, when I say I had a whole attitude. I had a whole attitude when I was thumbing through this shit yesterday, trying to get notes to give y'all about the impact of fight or flight in your emotions. The web that has no weaver. You malignant motherfuckers. I was so mad. I was so mad. I was so mad. The web that has no weaver. You trifling ass troglodytes. I digress. Anyway, and then the last book that I am using, it may not be the last because I think the Women's Dictionary of Symbols and Sacred Objects did actually have a little bit to say about what we're going to talk about today, which is one of my, favorite things to talk about is yin yang theory, right? So anyway, and then the last book is more of kind of like, it's like a workbook. It's an examination workbook. So yeah, and it's expensive. So don't even think about trying to get it. It's like 120 bucks or some shit. Anyway, so the examination workbook, but it goes through the basic ideas around yin yang theory, around the 8 principles, and around the 5 elements, all 3 of which I'm going to be talking to you about today. This is probably going to be more of an overview-esque type of thing. And then go, since I went so hard on like catching y'all up on current events, and then we'll have a part 2. But I do want to give you kind of like an overview of what we're going to be covering. This is a documentation process because this idea about fight or flight and rest and digest or feed and breed, these are the concepts that we use to explain the pathological, not even pathological, the pathogenesis of how emotions contribute, how emotions or the negative aspect of emotions, the pathogenesis, the pathogenic process of how emotions can become physically expressed ailments. Do you understand what I'm saying? So whenever you hear anybody talking about fight or flight, whenever you hear anybody talking about rest and digest or feed and breed, what they're attempting to communicate is being able to address adequately our constant trigger into fight or flight so that it doesn't become a pathological process or a pathogenic process where these emotions unchecked for long periods of time end up showing up in the flesh as disease. Okay? All right. So I have began. I'm not complete. I'm not finished, but I have begun, and I can already tell you that I'm not going to talk about this again until next week, because even as I'm having this conversation with you tonight that I feel like is urgent, I still have a workshop that I haven't finished organizing that's happening on Saturday. So the next 48 hours is really going to be me nosediving into the workshop. And I haven't forgotten about the Eventbrite that I need to create and send to you guys so that you can participate in the workshop that I'm doing on Saturday that is called something about the hold on, what I call that shit? The Mysteries of Symbols and Sacred Objects. This is a talisman making workshop. I'm going to teach you how to make your own talisman while teaching you about the mysteries of symbols and sacred objects, those of which I will be discussing at this workshop. Okay? All right. So this is awesome information. I am really excited. That's why I'm also putting this down, is because this is something I've been thinking about a very, very long time. It's like a easily understandable and digestible way to understand the real world implications of fight or flight, rest and digest, feed and breed. I actually I think I will probably call this what I had initially intended to call it, which was something to the effect of when the body is taught to betray itself. So instead of just calling it like, fight or flight, like giving it like a kind of mysterious name, when the body is taught to betray itself. Because when I opened by saying that we are the only organisms on the goddamn planet, the only ones that have been methodically trained against preserving our lives, that when our fight or flight jumps off, that we will not do either. We will not fight and we will not flee. What we will do is fucking retreat. That's what we will do. Right. And that's why I got on this, because we started with that whole discussion about how to prepare for Pluto in retrograde and Aquarius. And all these astrologers are talking about, you just need to go indoors. You may need to experience some solitude. You may need to turn inward in your meditation and put your hand on your heart and on your abdomen and breathe and shit. This is retreat. So as the world is falling apart, instead of fleeing or fighting, your ass is retreating to death, retreating to death. There's also, and let me write this down because I think oh no, I got it on here. Yeah. There's also, I told y'all this like very quick in passing in another live that I did about how I've been working on this idea for a long time about, because I'm a big girl. So just like most big girls, we think about, the only reason that I think about my weight, because I'm healthy. But the only reason I think about my weight is because there are moments where I am uncomfortable and I want to be comfortable. You feel what I'm saying? Like, I don't have a problem being big. I've been big my whole life since I was 10. I don't have a problem with being big. It's the variances in my bigness. Like, this is the biggest that I've been ever. Right. And I know that it is a direct consequence of a couple of things, like my hospital stay and all them steroids and all the motherfucking antibiotics that just kick my immune system into shit. And then I packed on, because that's what steroids do. You pack on 20 to 30 pounds that are the most hard and difficult pounds to shed off. And so this is the biggest I've ever been, except the height of my, my marriage. And so I can feel like uncomfortableness that I have not experienced in a decade. You feel me? So I too think about my weight, but I had been methodically trying to think about, quote, my weight in a different way. And like, instead of saying like losing weight, like, I don't like that. Right. So I was like, how can we say that in a way that does not feel like a critique or a criticism? You feel me? And so I was like, yeah, I don't say I need to lose weight. I say I need to burn up I need to burn up my stored potential. I need to burn up I need to use my stored energy. You feel me? Like, thinking about it that way. This is stored energy. This is stored potential that I need to find a way to use. You feel me? So that came also to me, also thinking about how there are some manifestations of our health that are so, like, and I'll talk to y'all about this in here, but like thinking about not only stored unused energy, but also like what the Chinese say about like emotional excesses. Okay, so those are some of the things that contributed to why, especially this week that we have just stationed into Pluto retrograde in Aquarius, as we're about to enter the summer season and people are talking about retreating, just naturally, you don't do that. Your time to retreat. That's what I told y'all. Remember me telling y'all that a few months ago about y'all people who be out here chronically wanting to do fast and shit? If I was ever going to tell somebody to do a fast, there is only one season in the year that I would tell you to do that. That's in the winter. It's the same with retreats. If you're going to do a, quote, wellness retreat, you're going to go somewhere and you're going to turn in and you're going to be in solitude and all of that shit. It would be one season in the year that I would tell you to do that. And all these people telling you that you need to be retreating as we're in the height of the spring season and we're moving into the hottest, fastest moving season of the year. That shit is ludicrous. Nikki, great that fasting has really helped you, but I'm saying, as an acupuncturist, and my frame of reference is traditional Chinese medicine, there is never an acupuncturist that is going to tell you to fast. I can tell you that because it is completely antithetical to what the Chinese teach about the maintenance of balance. The whole thing is about the maintenance of balance. There are no extremes in Chinese medicine. Now, I also have an undergraduate in alternative medicine, so I did a lot of fasting and detoxing and purging and all of those things because my undergraduate in alternative medicine covered all those other systems of, quote, alternative medicine. And I have fasted. I have spent a lot of years fasting. As an acupuncturist, as one who practices Chinese medicine, I would never prescribe fasting to anyone. What I would do is say, if you absolutely want to fast, which I am not opposed to, I am not opposed to people saying, I want to do a fast. I'm not opposed to that. But I would say be strategic based on the seasons, based on what is happening biochemically in your body. Be strategic about when you engage in a fast. You should not be engaging in a fast in hot seasons, in hot, what are required for you to be highly active seasons, spring and summer. Fall and winter, and more winter than anything, is living rhythmically and cyclically, fasting and purging and meditating and solitude. Those are all things that if we were living cyclically, we would naturally do in the wintertime. That's all I'm saying. All right. So, all right. So let's get into it. So, okay. So this is going to look a lot busier than this once I get all of these ideas down. And I'm actually glad that this came up again in my frontal mind, because again, this is something that I've been kind of like weirding out, like nerding out about for some time. And I have to find a way. That's what this page is going to be. Let me write that down. So it's going to be, yeah, let me just write something down really quick. It's going to be that. Oops, sorry about that. It's going to be, yup, and yeah, and oh yeah, I need one more poster board, and then yeah. Okay, so we're gonna start with what I always start with, which is, as a matter of fact, let me put this down. Okay, so y'all have seen these quite often in our journeys together, but we'll do it again. All right, so what I'm going to be talking to you about in terms of, quote, how our body is trained and conditioned to betray itself. Yes, that's a great title. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. That's going to be the title. Hopefully nobody will jack it before I can get it consolidated. But anyway, I'm going to call it How Our Body is Trained to Betray Itself, the Dark Side of Fight or Flight. Okay. So this is what we're going to be talking about today. Okay. Oh my God. T my Aunt Z. Oh, that's my ace. Girl, I've been thinking about you all week. We got to talk. Okay. So that's the official title. I'll probably even change it in the headline, right? How Our Body is Trained to Betray Itself, the Dark Side of Fight or Flight. Okay. Now, okay. Oh my God. Okay. So, all right. Can y'all see that? I know that might be a little bit of a glare. Okay. So I'm just going to show you quickly what I always show y'all when I'm talking about anything, whether it's political or whether it's medical or whatever. Okay. So this is at least from a Chinese perspective, this is a Chinese theoretical perspective. This is this symbol that we know as the yin and yang is supposed to be a harmonious representation of these two dualistic energies, right? And it's interesting that I'm talking to you about this because I also used this when we talked about the movie Sinners, because this entity that has been transformed into what has been taught to us to be two entities in a antagonistic relationship forever. Everything that we've been talking about for the last 2 weeks since I went to go see Centers has been talking about what? The twin energies and mythologies everywhere. In every mythology, everywhere, the dualistic twin energies showing up everywhere. This is, if you have me tell it, at least the modern basis behind these, quote, antagonistic, dualistic energies that have always been presented to us as, quote, twin energy, as two separate entities in a dualistic relationship with each other, whether it's Horus and Set, whether it's Jesus and the devil, whether it's, Romulus and Remus, doesn't matter. Because even with Horus and Set, we're told that the story is that when the sun rises, the sun is, quote, victorious over the dark. Victorious when the, quote, sun god Ra rises, you feel me, from the horizon. This represents his metaphorical death or conquering Set, right? The dark. And when the sun sets, when Ra goes behind the horizon, it represents his descent into the underworld and the victory through death of Set over Ra, right? This constant, quote, killing energy of the twin energies in every mythology. Romulus, in order to become the emperor of the newly founded Rome, has to slay his brother Remus, and on and on and on and on and on, right? This is a representation of that, all right? Now, in general, in the theory, and I'll read from another book about this energy. Now, when we were talking scientifically, remember I was telling you how I went into this deep dive about science, right? About like the laws of thermodynamics. Y'all remember me telling y'all that about the laws of thermodynamics and like Newton's laws and E equals MC squared and all of that shit. And in the breakthrough that I had, because I was like, damn, I need to pay more attention to this shit that I didn't pay attention to when I was in school, right? These laws of, of the world, right? So I was always talking about like, what's it called? Like, for every motion, there is for every action, there's an opposite and equal reaction, right? And shit like that, right? And now one of the things, I forget what it was, I will go back to it. Well, it'll come up again. It might come up within the context of this, but how we had always been taught, I want y'all to hear me. We had always been taught, whether it was mythologically, whether it was spiritually, we even say it today in these spiritual spaces, whether it's spiritually, whether it's mythologically, whether it's religious traditions, whether it is our cultural traditional religions, we have always been told what? That spirit precedes flesh, or spirit precedes the material world, right? We even say it in things like, thoughts become things, right? You have to see it, then you have to say it, and then it becomes a thing, right? In the material world. And we'd always accepted that spirit precedes flesh, right? That flesh is just automated by the supremacy of the spirit, right? And I need to make a note of this too. We'd always accepted that. And for a long time, I had still accepted it until I started doing this walk with the mother. Going back even over my ideological training in medical school in my graduate program. And so in one of these scientific philosophies, to explain how energy is created from matter. I'm not going to go that deep, but it's a reminder that I need to make myself that I need to go deep on the relationship between energy and matter. E equals MC squared is about this relationship, because what E equals MC squared represents is that energy is equal to matter. And I think the C is representation of like speed. I want to say speed squared. Okay. The relation. So E energy is equal to matter and speed squared. Okay. That they are one. These aren't two separate entities, right? Energy and matter are not separate. They are one, and they are two different manifestations of the one. Okay? That's what M equals C, E equals MC squared represents, is that these, and the way that they explain it is I'll talk to you about it right now. And so one of the things that it talked about later was that in this relationship, E equals MC squared, right? It is matter. It is matter that is first. Matter is how energy is generated. Matter is how energy is created. Do y'all hear what I'm saying? Somebody let me know you following, because I don't want to go too deep, but I need you to understand this very real concept within the concept of yin-yang theory. Because in yin-yang theory, we had always kind of even internalized the separation between these two. This is not a separation. This is a single entity at two different sides and presentations of a singular one, ebbing and flowing into and out of the other, constantly impacting the other. Do you understand? They are considered interdependent. One could not exist without the other, and at least us be able to conceive it. Do you understand? And so in Chinese theory, it is said that matter is all of those things of substance. All right. So matter, the yin, right? Matter generates, matter gives birth to, matter creates yang. And in exchange, yang invigorates, stimulates, and moves matter. This is the relationship. Okay? Matter creates yang. Matter, so yin creates yang or generates yang. Matter creates or generates energy. Matter creates, and then the energy, and then energy invigorates, moves, and stimulates the matter. All right. Now, what E equals MC squared says is the same thing. Is that in order for energy to exist, bitch, in order for energy to exist, matter must pre-exist. Matter must pre-exist. Energy can only be born from matter. So what does that mean for your spirituality? That we have consistently, even though we ain't Christians no more, consistently placed spirit as dominant in the scenario. Spirit as dominant in our thinking, spirit as dominant in our worldview, spirit as the all father that we're constantly seeking, spiritual light and spirituality and spiritual ascension and spirit. Okay? This says here that in order for what we conceive of as spirit to exist, matter must. Oh, man, my damn IG, my phone shut down anyway, even though it's plugged up. That's that bullshit. Anyway, in order for spirit to exist, bitch, matter must pre-exist. Matter must pre-exist. Now, what is the evidence of that? We're constantly seeing revelations by the scientific world all the time, right? About these new discoveries, right? Where just last week they said they found the surprising thing that in the absence of photogenesis, that there are deep previously undiscovered places in the bottom of the abyss of the ocean where oxygen is still being produced in the absence of light and photogenesis, which we thought was the only way that oxygen can be created and generated on this planet is through photogenesis. And so they're like, damn, there are places where there's no light at all and there's still oxygen present in the depths of the ocean, right? Or they're talking about how, we've been talking about dark matter, right? And all of this shit. What is dark matter in the universe that preceded everything? But we told spirit was first. We told spirit was first, but now they're saying we might be wrong. Spirit wasn't right. Spirit wasn't first. Matter pre-existed spirit. Do you understand? This shit is deep, and I ain't trying to get all quantum physics on y'all, but this theory has been saying that regardless. So you can act brand new about these quote new discoveries that you are having, but the scientists of old said, recognized, observed that in order for energy, spirit, whatever you call it, right, the intangible force that we recognize does generate everything, not generate, invigorates everything. It's the sun that invigorates. It's the light. It's those intangible things that does invigorate. That in order for those things to even exist, bitch, matter must pre-exist. Matter must pre-exist. Okay, so that's one thing I want to start with in the discussion about yin and yang. All right. And so in this discussion about yin and yang, according to the examination book, yin and yang theory. So this, I would love to see y'all take notes because this is so profound and easy to understand. It makes completely uncomplicated shit that has been complicated. Yin yang theory. Yin yang is considered mutually opposing. Mutually opposing. That's the dark and the light, the shady side of the mountain and the sunny side of the mountain, the sunny side of the street and the shady side. They both exist at the same time simultaneously, but mutually and non-antagonistically. This is mutual opposition. What that means is, take a note. Everything in nature has two aspects: motive force of all change, development and decay, creation and destruction, right? According to Giovanni, which is so the web that has no weaver, they mentioned the book. So the web that has no weaver, Giovanni, Macchiota, or whatever his name is, Giovanni, and another book. These are the three main books. So, in case y'all want to get deeper. But according to Giovanni, this mutual opposition, this is a prime example. So when I'm telling you based on 5 elements, right, that each element is represented by both yin and yang aspects. Both, every organ is represented by yin and yang aspects. Okay, so this is just an example to explain what they're talking about. So you see how for each element there are 2 organs, a yin organ and a yang organ. So in the earth element here, you've got the spleen, which is the yin organ, and you've got its yang partner, which is the stomach. Okay. And so when he's talking about mutual opposition in this book, he uses the spleen and the stomach as the example. The spleen in their opposing functions that are mutually beneficial. That's what mutual opposition means. They work together in their opposition. So in the spleen and stomach, which is your earth element, while stomach chi descends, because when you eat, the stuff has to go down, right? While stomach chi descends, spleen chi ascends, because there's a specific job that the spleen has to do in this relationship. They have opposing energy, they have opposing movements, but those things doing what they're supposed to do in their opposition are mutually beneficial. Do you understand? That's the opposition, represented by yin and yang. Okay. And then the last thing in this little stage of opposition is going to blow your mind. Even when I read it again last night, I was like, oh. According to the web that has no weaver in its explanation of opposing action, this is again one of these things that causes you to question everything that you've learned. This simple explanation, according to the web that has no weaver. The aggressive spouse and the passive spouse. For one to be aggressive, the other must be passive. Y'all hear what I said? For one to be aggressive, the other must be passive. This is going to come up when we talk specifically about fight or flight and dynamics in couples and predator prey mentality. That's going to come up. Okay. You understand? The second concept is I'm sorry. I've been up on here a minute and I got to pee. Just give me half a second. Y'all play some music or something, but I got to pee. Okay. I can't hold it. Okay, sorry about that. All right. Okay, so the next concept is interdependence. Interdependence. One cannot exist without the other, which we said. There cannot be activity. Listen, this is going to be a part of the rest and digest conversation too. There cannot be activity without rest, energy without matter, or contraction without expansion. That shit, y'all need to take a note, because that's what I went on my diatribe about when I talked about how frustrated I was about all these astrologers talking about you just need to retreat. You just need to go within. You just need to do your shadow work. You just need to. Yeah. I was like, oh my God, yes, I need to go ahead and talk about this fight or flight shit, because these astrologers have made me upset this week. Telling y'all in the height of the spring season to stay inside, to go into solitude, to turn in on yourself, to just retreat. I was like, oh, It says there cannot be activity without rest. And I will go ahead further and say vice versa. There cannot be there cannot be activity without rest. But the opposite of that is if you rest too much, you cannot be active. Okay? There cannot be energy without matter. Saying it again, energy is born from matter, generated from matter, right? Or contraction without expansion. That is a huge, probably primary aspect of what I'm going to be talking to you about. Especially you women. This discussion is for everybody. But the breakthroughs that I came to about this idea, even of like what is required spiritually for people, and why we have to adjust and recognize what people need spiritually based on the person and their lived experiences. The whole idea of contraction and expansion is probably what I'll end up leading with when I do this shit in an organized fashion. Okay. And then according to Cam, yin remains inside to act as a guard for yang. Yang stays on the outside to act as a servant to yin. You hear what I'm saying? So you can use whatever word you want to explain this. When I talk to you guys politically about the significance of the yin and the yang, what do I always talk about? I talk about the yin as the mother and the yang as the son. And so according to Cam, yin remains inside the body to act as a guard for the yang. In exchange, the yang stays on the surface of the body to act as a servant to the yin. This is the harmonious relationship between a mother and her son. You understand? This is the harmonious relationship between the mother and the son. When they say that the yin remains on the inside of the body to guard the yang is the baby. So the mother guards the baby, right? From the inside. She nourishes, she feeds, she protects, right? The yang is on the outside, remains on the outside, not as what I'm the head of the household. I'm the king in the crib. You feel me? Nope, that ain't what it say. It says the yang remains on the outside of the body to act as a servant to the yin. That's how he protects the yin, is to serve the yin. What does that mean in translation? When it says that yang remains on the outside of the body, the yang, the interior of the body is considered the yin. The external aspect of the body is considered the yang. The skin, the hair, your senses, all of these things function to serve, protect. That's how it protects, is through service. It protects the sanctity and the importance of the yin. Right? That's why your limbs are considered the most yang aspect of your body, right? Your limbs. That's why when you get frostbite, when you're in an environment that's too cold, the body, the yang, will sacrifice itself. It will sacrifice the limbs to conserve and protect the core, which is the yin. All right? So we have to be able to see everything in the world as these metaphors of mutual opposition and interdependence. Okay? All right. So digestion, according to Webb, digestion provides nourishment to the digestive organs in order to fuel the digestion of more food. Okay, this is the interdependence. Inter-supporting and promoting, or mutual consumption. So inter-supporting and promoting is the establishment of harmony, right? But when it talks about mutual consumption, in that same sentence, it's talking about the beginning of pathology, the beginning of the onset of disease. What contributes to the onset of disease is when these things fall out of balance and begin to consume the other. Okay, so when it talks about these two aspects, it says the two aspects of yin and yang are not fixed. Okay. When yang consumes yin, so when yang consumes yin, your yang, remember, is always your more fire energy, is your more hot energy. Yin is always cool or cold. So when yang consumes yin, the example that they use is when you get too hot, right? You get too hot and the hot is consuming the yin, then what happens is the heat causes sweating, right? The heat that's making you too hot will cause sweating to promote cooling. So that's an example of yang consuming yin and what the response is. Okay. In reverse, when yin consumes yang, the cold or the yin will cause shivering. That shivering again is self-preservation. When you get cold, when you get too cold, your body will start to shiver to generate warmth. Again, attempting to establish balance. I want you to remember these concepts, because even when we're talking about fight or flight, it is, what did I tell you a couple weeks ago? Every single solitary thing that your body does that you call a symptom is not a symptom. It is a response of the body that is always fueled by the need to self-preserve. Everything that you call a symptom is a communication of your body attempting to alert your conscious mind something is amiss that we need to bring back into harmony. Because everything the flesh does is to preserve your existence, is to guarantee that you live. Everything. Every pain you have, every sniffle you have, when your eyes is itching, these are not diseases. These are communications by your body designed to self-preserve, attempting to alert you through your conditioning that something needs to be brought back into harmony. There's something you need to do to bring us back into harmony. These, quote, symptoms are a communication. They're not a disease. They are a communication that is attempting to prevent disease. When you get a communication that alerts you that something is out of balance, this is your immune system communicating with you when you have a runny nose or itchy eyes or postnatal drip or itchy ears. It is your immune system attempting to communicate something to you that you can address now easily so that it doesn't eventually become a disease. Do you see? But we have been trained to quote, treat symptoms, to blunt communication. Is what we're doing. We're blunting our body's attempt to communicate to us until now we are faced with this fucking thing that requires an intervention beyond our capacity to deal with it. Okay? So yang consuming yin, yin consuming yang, as an example of inner supporting and promoting versus consumption. Okay? Or mutual consumption. So it's the consumption of yin, gaining of yang is a yin deficiency. I ain't gonna get that deep, because when we start talking about deficiencies and excesses, that's deeper theory that I don't necessarily at this moment think I need to complicate shit with. Okay. But I eventually will tell you what that means in terms of, because it is a part of the 8 principles, which we're going to talk about for a little bit. And then excess yin. So excess yin, right? So excess cold, right? So the spleen hates the cold. And when the spleen has been bombarded with what we call the earth element, right? Which is the spleen in the stomach, which needs, just like the earth, to be hot in the middle, warm in the hot in the middle, right? When we consume foods or drinks that are too cold, it's called dampening or weakening the digestive fire. When we consume foods that are too cold for too long, then it produces excess yin. Okay. So when the spleen is cold, or when the stomach chi is cold, this is what begins the process of packing on too much adipose. Adipose fat is considered yin, right? It is the formation of excess body weight, which is always considered yin, as a consequence of consuming the perpetual consumption of one of the factors, the perpetual consumption of foods that are too cold. And so the digestive fire of the center, the digestive fire of the earth, is too weak to adequately metabolize the foods that you consume. Okay. So that's what it means when it talks about excess yin. at least internally. So excess yin causes yang to be in apparent excess. So that's something else that we can discuss later. Weak excess yang. Oh no, it says excess yin consumes yang. So think about it like this: excess yin consumes yang. So if I had the ability to like adjust to show you the flux of this, it's always in flux. So say if you were looking at this constantly moving, and for some reason the yin begins to continue to get bigger and bigger and bigger, and the yang gets smaller and smaller and smaller. The yin here too might be getting bigger and bigger. So the yang becomes smaller. As the yin becomes bigger, it is said to consume the yang. If they're not in balance, one is consuming the other. So if the yin is in excess, it will disappear. It will consume the yang. And in opposite, if there is an excess of yang, like I keep talking about, we in the utmost yang, there is an excess of yang, then it is by force of this duality, it will be consuming the yin. And what did I tell y'all? When you have a yang, an utmost yang political, environment, what is the yin that yang is consuming? We see the evidence of it in real time of what we call an exuberant yang is everything that yang consumes or destroys is yin. Right? That's what the theory is saying. So we're looking at the destruction of rainforest and trees. We're looking at the destruction of water. We're looking at the destruction of earth. This is a real world example of this theory in action. Yang as represented by what? Male, masculine, heat, fire, right? Energy, right? We said that the period of utmost yang is actually represented in the theory itself with this cross at the top and this minus sign or negative at the bottom, that this cross represents what? Utmost yang. Utmost yang is high noon in the desert where no yin is present, no shadow is cast. That is, this same symbol represents what? God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit, where all yin has been removed from the creative force. And so that exuberant yang or utmost yang is going to consume or destroy all things yin. And so we can use this theory to explain why there's a hole in the ozone layer, why there are devastated rainforests, why the oceans are destroyed, why the earth is being laid bare through like mining and all that fracking and all of that other stuff. This is a real world example of the impact of an imbalance between yin and yang and what that looks like in the real world, in the material world, in the political world, when yang is unbounded, ungrounded, and exuberant. What that destruction looks like. Okay. All right. So yin, let's see. Weak yin. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. A weak yin, for whatever reason, the yin is not nourished, the yin is not supported, the yin, whatever has caused the weakness of the yin, right? A weak yin causes yang to be in apparent excess. So when the yin gets weak and does not have any energy to bind, to anchor, to support the yang becomes excess. It's our weakness that allows for the sun to go rogue. Do you hear? Just like back here where it says aggressive spouse and passive spouse, passivity of the yin will cause the yang to become aggressive, overbearing. You heard? It is the weakness of the yin that exacerbates, that emboldens a more aggressive behavior of the yang that is no longer beneficial. See, aggressiveness in this harmonious expression of yin and yang, passiveness in this harmonious representation of yin and yang is still represented by, what does it say? That the yin of the internal body, right? What does it say? The yin of the internal body guards the yang, because this is the baby, guards the yang. What is that? Nourishing, providing for, stabilizing. The yin guards the yang, and in return, the yang serves the yin by protecting the whole thing, standing outside the body to protect the inside of the body from foreign invaders. From in that relationship, the skin protects us from foreign invaders. Our nostrils got all them hairs in it to protect us from foreign invaders. Our eyes are constantly lubricated to protect us from foreign invaders. Our ears got wax in it to protect us from foreign invaders. This is the yang on the outside body serving the yin as the still yang. He's still the yang. He's still aggressive. He's still independent. He's still fire. He's still warm. He's got the but all of that is in service to the yin, in not dominating over the yin, in service to the yin, recognizing that what, baby, mommy and I are one, that my service to her protects us both. My service to her protects us both because mommy and I are one. This is a singular entity that you are seeing. My service to the mother protects us both. Do you understand? Okay. So, yeah. And it's okay. Yeah. So it says the mother guards the son because it's her baby. She gave birth to this baby. What does the theory say? Even E equals MC squared is that for energy, for spirit to exist, matter must pre-exist. Matter gives birth to, matter generates, matter creates all energy. So if this is her baby, of course she gonna guard and protect. She nourishes and guards and protects. And in return, that baby, in service to his mother, protects the outside because in his service to the mother, he protects them both. Do you see? Anyway, that could be a whole word. Thank you for the donation. Always 444. Appreciate you so much. Okay, so that's that. All right. And then the last, okay, there's two more. So there's two more. So there's the opposition that we discussed, the interdependence that we discussed, the inner supporting and promoting or mutual consumption that we discussed, and then the so we got two more. Intertransforming, this is deep. The intertransforming and the infinite divisibility. Infinite divisibility. Okay. So intertransforming. You may transform yang into yin and yin into yang. So the mutual consuming or intersupporting promoting is considered quantitative change. All right. This is identified as quantitative change. The intertransforming is considered qualitative change. So when it says yang may be transformed into yin and yin transformed into yang, one turns into the other. One turns into the other. The explanation is extreme yin will necessarily produce yang, and extreme yang will necessarily produce yin. Severe cold will give birth to heat, and severe heat will give birth to cold. This is an explanation about, I think I can simplify this. This is an explanation about how an extreme excess of one creates a presentation that appears like the other. Let me give you an example. So say a woman has a baby, okay? Right after she delivers that baby, she loses a lot of yin substance. She loses water and she loses a lot of blood. When she has lost this blood, which is her yin, because so this is talking about excess. Let me think about that. In the transformation process, extreme yin. Okay. Extreme yin will produce yang. So let me think about a scenario where extreme yin presents as heat. I can't think of anything right off the top of my head in terms of a pathology. I'm sure it's obvious and I'm just not thinking about it. But I'm thinking more about deficiencies creating the opposite. So that's two here. Let's see. Examples. Extreme heat damages the Wei Qi. And the Wei Qi is what we talked about earlier. It's your defensive Qi. It is the Qi that's on the surface of your body. Your Wei Qi is your defensive Qi. It's your skin. It's the opening and closing of your pores based on what's happening internally. Do you need to produce sweat, or do the pores need to contract to cause you to shiver? You feel me? Hey, baby. Hey, girly squirrely. Hey, girl. Y'all want to talk to Tempest? She ain't going to let me hold her long. Now, the other dude, he would have stayed up in here all day. But she is like, I just want a little love, and then you can let me go about my life. See, I told you she was going to start squirming. So, girl, 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 girl. Calm down, little pretty thing. Here you go. Oh, here you go. Okay. Could it relate to heavy menstruals that lead to iron deficiency? And notice some tend to crave ice and clay when they are deficient. So when I'm trying, so that does not relate to this. It's actually would relate more to what I was getting to, which is how a deficiency in something can cause a presentation of the other. So when you're talking, so that's a great example for a deficiency. So because yin, your yin substance is your cooling substance, right? It is what moderates the temperature in your body, your yin substance, which is your blood and your fluids, your water, right? So when it is deficient, you will present with heat signs, hence the craving of ice, right? Hence the people who, especially women who lose a lot of blood and water during delivery, they will complain about being hot, like they're having hot flashes. They will, if they're fair skinned or light skinned or white or whatever, they'll have what we call a malar flush, this constant kind of like pinkish, reddish cheekbones. Their eyes might be red. They will present with heat signs, even though it is a deficiency of their yin substance that is that we're witnessing. And so, and even in opposition. So like with men, if men become yang deficient, because men are predominantly yang, we both have yin and yang. What yin and yang in the sex hormones means is testosterone and estrogen. Okay. We both produce testosterone and estrogen. It is in the amounts that we produce it that, quote, give us the characteristics that dominate, at least binarily, those presentations. A predominance in testosterone because it is a fire element, because it is a yang element, is what makes it so that generally men have, or males have, a higher metabolism than females do, and that female carry more body fat, particularly around their reproductive area, their hips and their lower abdomen, right? It is the fact that we produce more estrogen that we do that because our body is perpetually attempting to produce a baby, right? Produce offspring. And males have their center of gravity is more in their chest. That is a testosterone attribute. And they have a higher metabolism. That too is a testosterone dominant presentation. When a male, as he ages, when his testosterone declines, or when his yang declines, he will frequently complain of cold symptoms. My feet are constantly cold. I'm cold at night, while my wife got all the things on, the fan and the AC and everything, and she can't sleep under the covers. I'm sleeping next to her, feel like I'm dying, and I'm wrapped up in the covers in flannel pajamas with socks on my feet and a cap on my head. You feel me? Like, when he loses yang, his presentation is cold. He presents with cold signs. Okay. All right. When a woman loses yin, she presents with heat signs. Okay. Let's see. Persistent high fevers turns to sudden drop in temperature, pallor, cold limbs, blah, 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 blah. Okay. And so I like the example that Giovanni uses. He says, in this intertransforming aspect of the yin and yang, day turns into night. So when we're thinking about, Horus's quote, victory over Set is when the sun rises. When we think about Set's victory over Horus, the sun is setting. Meanwhile, they are the same entity. They are two personifications of the same entity, given characteristics that would make you think that they are two separate human beings in antagonistic opposition to one another. Meanwhile, they are the same entity presenting as their opposite self. So I like Giovanni's explanation, especially considering what we've been talking about for the last 2 weeks of this twin energy that exists everywhere in history, every mythology, every story, everywhere, this twin energy, right? That is actually an explanation of a singular entity and its dual presentations. So Giovanni says that day turns into night, summer turns into winter, right? Great euphoria of drinking spree, quickly followed by the depression of a hangover, right? So these extreme opposing presentations still within the singular self, okay? Work, listen to this. So other examples, work without rest leads to extreme deficiency of energy. Duh, right? Jogging leads to a slow pulse. Worry depletes energy, okay? External cold turns into internal heat. What did I say? That say you are stranded in the Swiss Alps during a skiing trip, right? When it talks about how extreme cold, extreme external conditions turns into internal heat, right? We said what? That the yang will alert the self that we need to sacrifice the extremities to channel all that heat and warmth to the core. To preserve the life of the person, we can sacrifice extremities. This is that. So what do we call it? When we sacrifice the extremities to save the core, to divert heat to the core, we call it freezer burn. We call it frostbite, right? Freezer burn or frostbite. Why the burn? Because it's literally damaging the tissues to sacrifice the tissues to divert that energy, that warm energy, to the core to preserve the life. All right. So when you get, quote, frostbite, it is your internal mechanism of self-defense and preservation of your existence to guarantee that you survive, even if you don't survive with these limbs. Okay. Deficient spleen yang leads to dampness. Okay. And then the last one is infinite divisibility of yin and yang. There are relative degrees of both yin and yang. That's all that means, is there are relative degrees. Because again, if you were looking at the yin yang symbol as it is in the universe, it would be moving. It would be float. What do you call it? What's the word? It would be in flux, in and out of the other, in and out of each other. You feel me? And it would also incorporate all time simultaneously, past, present, and future existing simultaneously. That is also what yin and yang represents if you're going into the more kind of like quantum. I think I need to go get let me go grab yeah. So that was much more of a hefty overview than I think I intended, but I do think that hefty overview will help simplify a lot when I start talking about fight or flight, rest and digest, the biochemical process that that produces both, and why I am calling this what did I say? I got so much in my head right now. What did I say? The way our body is trained to betray itself, the dark side of fight or flight. I don't drink beer often, but today I was really craving it. That was nice. That first little swig there. Okay. All right. So let's shift gears. Let's see. Let me see what y'all talking about. Blossom Central just said, "Wow, you just described my mom and stepdad." Let me tell you, it's so funny. When I was in medical school in my grad program, we had a student clinic. Because we were in Central Florida, the great majority of patients coming into the student clinic were geriatric. They were 65 or older. And more often than not, you would hear men complain. I think the first time I ever heard this old man was like, "Yeah, I think my wife trying to kill me." He and his wife are there together. He's like, "I think my wife is trying to kill me." I'm like, "What you mean your wife trying to kill you?" He was like, "Cuz, man." It's like, "Why she always got the AC down to like 65 or 62 in the dead of night? Plus she got a ceiling fan on. Plus she got a little fan beside the bed. It's like she trying to freeze me to death, right?" And in that moment, even understanding the theory, it was that moment when that man said, "I think my wife is trying to kill me," that it explained, even in movies, when you see movies, so much that we thought was just like, I don't know what we thought it was, but this is a common phenomenon. It explains why even my own grandparents, once they got a certain age, they slept in separate rooms. They love each other. They was always playful and funny and everything, but they slept in separate rooms. And that is why, as women age, their yin declines. As men age, their yang declines. And so women who are in yin deficiency get very hot. What do we say? They got heat flashes, vaginal dryness, all they signs is hot signs, right? It is because they do not have enough yin substance to harmonize with the yang. So they present like they have an excess of yang energy, but what they have is a deficient of yin energy. Their yang is fine. They are not getting enough yin energy to harmonize with that yang so that they are not uncomfortable as they transition into their crone years, right? And so, and I'll tell you another thing. There are so many women that I work with here in California that are in menopause, and I ask them how long you've been in menopause, and they say like 10 years. This is a problem of not understanding yin and yang theory, and everybody should have when I tell you, I'm trying to teach everybody in the United States base level yin yang and 5 elements theory. Base level, everybody should know it, because if you know the bare minimum of the duality of hot and cold, the duality of excess and deficient, and so on and so forth, there's so much that you can avoid in terms of doctors' interventions, right? And so a woman telling you that she has been transitioning into her crone years for 10 years, automatically something is wrong. 99% of the time, it is something that she is consuming regularly in her diet that is exacerbating this process, because the process shouldn't take more than a year to 2 years totally to fully transition into your crone years. So here I am in the desert, because LA is still the desert, right? Here I am in a dry climate in Southern California, and the favorite food of everybody up in this bitch is all things red and spicy. All things red and spicy. All things red and spicy. And if you are already in yin deficiency, the last thing you need is to be eating tomatoes and peppers and salsa and hot sauce. Who eats salsa, hot sauce? It's a cultural thing for Black people at this point. I got, hot sauce in my bag swag. We take hot sauce everywhere and we put it on everything. Meanwhile, your ass is transitioning into your crone years and can't figure out why you haven't stopped having hot flashes in 10 years. One of my aunts, we went home for a family reunion, and I was like, dang, auntie, why you still sweating? And you've been in menopause as long as I can remember. She's like, girl, I don't know. I said, well, what's going on with your diet? Are you taking any supplements or anything? Child, let me tell you the supplements that she was taking, because we think everything is good for us without understanding this dual nature that we have. Just understanding the dual nature that we have. She lived in Texas, in the lower part of Texas that's always hot. I'm telling her, what kind of supplements are you taking right now? Living in Texas. She's like, oh, well, you know that kyolic garlic, them kyolic garlic tablets. Do you know what kyolic garlic is? It is super concentrated, high doses of garlic under the auspice of, quote, preventing heart disease, right? Keep your arteries clean. And a lot of that kyolic garlic will come in variations that include cayenne pepper. So here she is in menopause, living in a hot climate, who her favorite food since I can remember has been hot, spicy. Hot sausages, hot pickled pig feet, hot. Everything is hot for her. So here she is eating an extraordinarily hot diet in general. To add insult to injury, every day she is taking mega doses of kyolic garlic with cayenne pepper and can't figure out. And that shit is serious. It's not a small thing, because when you, quote, burn up your yin, when you burn up your yin substance, your yin fluids, you can cause serious, deadly disease. You can cause deadly conditions. And so here she is burning up her yin substance that's already deficient because she's attempting to transition into her crone years. And I get it all the time. Every time I tell some Mexican woman, look, I know you ain't gonna want to hear it. All I can do is deliver the science behind the medicine, and then you do with that information what you see fit. But what I'm gonna tell you is that your Mexican ass cannot eat your Mexican food for a little while. You need some time. You know what I'm saying? No hot sauce, no salsa, no green spicy, no red spice, no hot sauce, none of that shit. You can't have none of that shit for at least 6 months. And I get it all the time. You know I'm Mexican, right? What the fuck I'm gonna eat if I can't eat spicy food? You know what I'm saying? The hell I'm gonna eat if I can't eat hot sauce? They look at me like I'm crazy, but I'm just telling you what it is, right? So anyway, and then same with the males, right? When their yang is in decline, when their fire energy is in decline, they don't need to be eating cold foods or cold drinks or raw food. Everything needs to be cooked. Everything needs to have at least a pinch of cayenne or some warm herb like turmeric or garlic to revitalize their yang. Because you will find when their yang is deficient, this also is the primary cause, at least of men over the age of 45. It is the primary cause of any type of erectile issues, any kind of like genital, reproductive, sexual organ issues, because not just sexually. Men who have a yang deficiency, you hear people make jokes, like even on that movie Grown Ups, when they were all on the boat and they were making fun of their homie because when he peed, it was like shh, 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 and they kept joking with him. They was like, "Yo, man, like what's wrong with your pee?" Because it would just like come out. We call it urinary dribbling, where it doesn't come out in a steady stream. It comes out just like that. Or nighttime, frequent nighttime urination. They up out of the bed 1, 2, 5 times a night, waking up, being awoken from their sleep by the urge to urinate. They pee all night because that is the yin time. They are presenting with yin symptoms because their yang is deficient, you see. So their yin is dominating in the presentation of these males. And so they need to be taking warm and hot herbs to revitalize their yang. So any kind of, as a men, another issue with men is that they will take, supplements or medications to give them a temporary fix, like for erectile dysfunction, right? Being able to maintain and follow through in the sexual act because of yang deficiency. And so they'll take supplements like ginseng or horny goat weed to function as as like a temporary fix, or they will take medications like what's the one, Viagra or whatever, but they end up damaging their kidney energy when they are forcing, because that's what these herbs and these drugs do. They are forcing an erection without addressing what's causing the inability to maintain or even to acquire an erection. And so even though it might be a temporary fix to do what you need to do, over the long haul, it's causing further insult to the issue that they have in the first place. Okay. Anyway, so that's that. All right. That's all I'm going to say from this book right now about this thing that we're getting into, but I do have something, sorry about that, a little later. This we can discuss a little later about that. So let's do a time check. It is, it's 12:30 already. I don't even seem like I've been on here that long. So okay. And so I am going to take, it's 12:30 now. I've been on here 3 hours. I think I am going to exercise a little bit of discipline for a change. I'm real tempted to go in, but I think I'm going to exercise some discipline because I do have a lot to do over the next 2 days for this workshop that I'm teaching on Saturday. So y'all can give me some feedback now. So we'll take about 5 minutes for you guys to give me some feedback in the comment section about how you experienced this. I know it was more overview of stuff that we have already vaguely discussed in certain scenarios, but this overview, at least the last part of it, because the first part was just current events. But this was a much more in-depth explanation of how these two diagrams that I'm always showing you, the 5 elements and the yin yang, work together, and that's why I started with that. Because to understand this constant, perpetual, dualistic nature of our body in an attempt to preserve our life and maintain harmony in our body is going to feed into this discussion that we're having about fight or flight, and how even though fight or flight as an evolutionary adjustment in human beings to our environment to, again, preserve our life, because that's all it's for, that when you have a constant, unending philosophical and psychological campaign on your brain that tells you you have no right to defend yourself, or that you have to be a pacifist because that's the only way to be a good human, or you have to turn the other cheek, or any of these philosophies that teach you in your brain in opposition to what your flesh is naturally inclined to do. This is how we get to the place that we are. And so I felt like it was really important to start with a much clearer picture of the yin and yang and how that shows up in our daily life, in our, quote, Western understanding of these concepts. And you'll see how when I follow up with this, and it'll be next week. So that's all I can tell you about that. So I will do just so y'all can put comments, any kind of feedback, and even mild questions, mild answerable questions, put in the chat right now for the next 5 minutes. And during that 5 minutes, I'll go ahead and at least introduce you to what we'll be covering in this process. Okay. So we'll be starting the next time Now, this is specific to this yin and yang breakdown. This is specific to the yin and yang aspect of the fight or flight. Okay. Thank you so much, Claudia Ankra, for your donation. So you have the yin and yang and what this represents in terms of like the physical body, right? So the yin provides the structure that is our body, the flesh, right? The feet are considered the most yin part of the body. The lowest part of the body is the most yin. So this is specific to the fight or flight thing here, right? Is the yin is the parasympathetic nervous system is yin, because the parasympathetic nervous system is responsible for our rest and recovery response. So after the threat is over, how do we go back into a cool, calm state? So the parasympathetic nervous system is responsible for our rest and recovery. And our sympathetic nervous system, which is our defense system, is responsible for our an activity response to a threat, a perceived threat. Okay. The yin is winter, rest, and contraction. Like I said, contraction and expansion is going to be a huge part of what we talk about. Summer, action, and expansion is yang. Summer, action, and expansion. Now, this I'm going to talk to y'all about right motherfucker now. This I'm going to talk about because I'm going to talk about right now. Minimally, but I'm going to talk about right now. When I had that conversation with y'all about Pluto and Pluto going retrograde in Aquarius, and y'all saw how because y'all was tripping on me the whole time. Y'all saw how obviously irritated I was by the recommendations being made by these astrologers. It was the first time ever that in hours of watching astrologers over the previous 48 hours, there was not a single written note I could take from any of them. I was like, the fuck? And that's when this whole thing struck me, is because in the absence of an understanding not tied to anything else other than astrology, they cannot come to a correct conclusion about how to inform you of what you need to do and how you need to pivot. You feel me? And so here it says we're entering into the summer season. The summer season requires action and expansion, not rest and contraction, which is what all of these astrologers have been saying. Go inside, be in solitude, go into your shadow side, touch your heart, retreat. No, not just the season that we're transitioning to, but the planet and the sign that is predominating out the energy of our entry into the season. We're in the spring season. We're going to be in Pluto retrograde motion until October 15th for October 13th. October 13th. We're literally not going to transition out of the heat, the hot seasons. It'll still be hot when we transition out of when Pluto stations direct in October. So even just understanding base level yin-yang theory and 5 elements, these planets that are highly active, Aquarius actually represents 2 planets, Uranus and Saturn, right? And then Pluto, right? Representing the winds of change. Aquarius is what? The great revolutionary. Not only the great revolutionary, Aquarius was a show off, a showboat, dressed up, what? Lord of the drums, all things big and expansive. Shango as Aquarius is what? He is the poster child for the eccentric, loud, boisterous show off. Who is Shango? The Lord of lightning and thunder. Hey, y'all talking about go to sleep, retreat with 2 warrior gods entering into a dynamic hot season? You talking about retreat. You talking about go into the shadow, go deep, right? So that's what struck me. And so the other thing is like with women in particular, this dichotomy between expansion and contraction. When you are talking about yin and yang theory, within yin yang theory, because I'm gonna write it on here, within yang theory is this concept called the 8 principles. The 8 principles, okay? The 8 principles, let me not misquote. I'm gonna write it on here as one of these things here. But the 8 principles basically say that you have to treat with the harmony of opposites. You have to treat with the harmony of opposites. If your condition is presenting as a cold condition, you have to treat with warm or hot herbs and therapies. If your condition is presenting as a damp condition, you need to be treating with drying and cloying herbs. You see, you have to treat with its opposite. All right. Well, even though contraction and expansion are not a part of the 8 principles themselves, the theory still applies that these are opposites. And if one is predominating in its presentation, you have to treat with its opposite therapy or presentation. Why is that important? Contraction versus expansion. Because I told y'all 2-3 days ago that we have been perpetually retreating. We have been in a state of retreat. We have popularized and normalized the art of retreat. As a matter of fact, as a part of this, I may even spring on y'all revisiting the book. The Art of War. Because it's not Lao Tzu who wrote The Art of War. Sun Tzu. Because according to Sun Tzu, talks a lot about retreat, when to retreat and when to advance, and what are the pitfalls, downfalls of not taking correct action when you observe that that action is needed, whether to retreat or whether to advance. And we have been in a perpetual state of retreat. That's what I mean when I say that we have been conditioned to the point that we do not, that, oh fuck, oh my God, damn, how have we been conditioned? What has been the weapon used? God, what has been the weapon used in terms of psychological warfare? What has been the primary weapon used to condition ourselves to not preserve our life? Somebody, we talk about this so much, but in another way, and it just occurred to me now, it has to be a part of this discussion. What is the primary, it's not the exclusive way, but what is, I would say, easily the primary way that you can condition a creature to not defend or preserve their life that we all experience? Somebody surprised me. Blossom Central say, yeah, their recommendations are very bland and repetitive. Yes. More specific than that. LDN Chi. More, very much, but if you haven't been following my channel very long, you won't know the answer. Pavlov, that's a different kind of conditioning. How? Because the dogs of the Pavlov experience, it was more about like how to train people to behave a certain way. Like the Pavlov dogs was recognizing that if the dogs associate the bell with food, right, that they can hear the bell, and even if there's no food present, they will still do the pre-digestive signs, not based on food, because usually we'll salivate when we see the food or when we smell the food cooking, right? But what the Pavlov experiments did was it's like association. I think I'll have to revisit that. That's I'm glad you brought that back to my attention. But it's like so even like training students to know that it's time to leave one class and go to the next class when they hear the bell ring, right? Nobody has to tell them, they just got to go up. But the Pavlov dogs, they would hear the bell ring because they associated the bell with the food, because they would feed them for like a week. As soon as they ring the bell, they would get the food. And then they started to measure that the dogs would salivate, that these tongues would hang out, all of these things in preparation to eat without even the presence of food. They associated the bell with the food, and they would have all of these physiological signs that they were ready and preparing to eat. You feel me? Power Kismet, that is very interesting. And I am glad you brought that up, because it's a marker I have to make. But that's not what I'm talking about. It's closer to what LD, where's she at? LDN Chi said. Start with violence. Start there. Let that be the starting point. Okay? But I'm putting a pin on that nostalgia. Because even that thing, that breakdown that I did with you guys the other day about nostalgia still got me reeling. Okay, so I'm not going to belabor this, but the primary way that you can literally teach someone not to defend themselves is one of those three pillars that we said holds up these religious institutions. Remember, we've been talking off and on for a long time about the three pillars that are used to uphold these religious institutions. Anybody remember what the three pillars are? Anybody remember what the three pillars are? Blood Moon Oracle said pacification or subjugation. Though, okay, and so Claudia Ancroche said shame. I might need to be writing this stuff down too. Yeah, but those are good guesses. Blood Moon Oracle and Claudia Ancra. But I am being a lot more specific. When we read Pure Lust, we spent an extreme amount of time talking about the three pillars through which these religious all of them, all the patriarchal religions use them. They're most obvious in the Catholic Church, but they exist in every patriarchal religion. These three pillars that hold the institution erect, and they are necessary to be able to execute what they execute in the world. Okay. So that might be something that we need to do a little bit of a quick review on, because once you see the evidence of these three pillars, you can't unsee it. You'll see it everywhere in society, how something that you witness is a part of or a strategy of. Thank you, Power Kismet. What's the other two? Asceticism is one. Yes. Asceticism is one. Yes. What's the other two? That was so oppressive. I got fucking chills. I got chills. Listen, asceticism is one. Yes, there are two more. And there is one in particular that I am having a whole moment about. In how do you condition a human being to not attempt to preserve their own life? There's one in particular that is like the coup d'etat. It's the coup d'etat. So there's asceticism, There's absolution. That's another pillar. It's absolution. And the coup d'etat, biatch. The coup d'etat is the glorification of martyrdom. The glorification of martyrdom. This might be a whole nother motherfucking workshop. The glorification of martyrdom. You literally condition people through the image in your mind of your own deities taking up the suffering of others as his own and self-sacrificing himself to be nailed to a tree and crucified. You begin to see the glory in sacrificing yourself. You begin to equate death at the hands of others as a glorious act indicative of your willingness to not preserve your life. Y'all ain't heard. How do you win a person from their natural physiological biochemical instinct to fight to the death or flee to the extreme to preserve their life? How do you do that? That you manipulate the biochemical process through perpetual images of the glory of suffering, of the glory of the loss of life. So much so that they have existed in every society. Kamikazes in Japan, lifted up in Japanese culture as heroes for the cause of the greater good. Summarize we still watch old ass movies about the gangsterness of the samurais, that rather than be captive, rather than whatever, that they, for honor, they ain't even got to be in a contest with them. If they betray their own honor, what do they call it? I forget what they call it, but the goddamn making a ritual of it to sit on their knees and commit ritual suicide by falling on their own blade. And we watched that shit and we like, damn, that shit gangster. Like they was really about that life. No, their asses was conditioned. Do you know that there is a part of the brain? There is a part of the brain that functions to not allow you to harm yourself. Did you know that? How has it been that all of these people are committing suicide? Something has happened with the biochemical process in this particular part of the brain that will not allow you to harm your own self. Not only to not harm your own self, but to fucking do the exact opposite, to literally glorify, to give honor, to make it a part of your social conditioning, that the highest expression of honor is if you betray or whatever, you fall on your own blade. That to protect the greater good, you take and make yourself a human bomb in a terrorist act. To honor and preserve the glory of the whole. You feel me? You put yourself in a plane and say, as I am identified to and committed to, I know my plane is going to go down in a blaze of glory and my name will live forever. Harikari, thank you. Thank you, Power Kismet. Jai, you just be jolly on the motherfucking spot. I love that. You understand? You name it. Jesus dying on the cross becomes the you see it every time the Pope come out and he got his big old staff with Jesus bloodied and crucified as his emblem, the Pope. repeating through visual conditioning that no matter what we do, we'll never be as good as Jesus, because we ain't as G as he is, because he was willing to sacrifice his life for the whole. Martyrdom. Not only martyrdom, the simultaneous acceptance that only a select few are entitled to absolution. In order to be a martyr, we've been turned, Black people in particular, been turned politically into the perpetual martyr of the United States of America. That's why it is our bodies always shown and displayed on TV. And then some Negro after the fact saying, it's terrible what they did, but my Christianity teach me I gotta forgive. You feel me? What that language says, like that Negro whose grandson was killed and his son, he want to condemn for what his son did, and I just want to pray for the family of the police, you feel me? And what else he say? Because I believe in my Lord Jesus Christ as my personal savior, and that's what he teach me. That's what he said live on TV. So what he has said live on TV is that we are naturally in a position to be the perpetual martyrs of America. And at the same time, when you say, I said, Jesus Christ, my Lord and Savior and shit, when somebody do something terrible to your people and them or yourself, what you say is, and my Jesus, without saying it, and my Jesus tells me to forgive those who trespass against me. What that is you handing absolution to those that you have been conditioned to accept are the only ones divinely ordained to be the perpetual recipients of absolution. What you have said when you accept Jesus Lord as your personal Christ and Savior, when talking about this dude who then killed your grandson, shot your baby in the back, what you have done is you have said, but you know what? It's our lot in life to suffer, and in order for us to suffer, somebody has to be ordained to administer that suffering. That's what you've said. So I grant him absolution. That's what that Negro got on TV and said. He said, I grant this man absolution. That's what he said. He said, I grant the state absolution. That's what he said. What he said without saying it is, we have to accept that it is our divine placing that has us as the perpetual martyrs of America. We are the perpetual martyrs of America. And so Jesus suffered, so we should be willing to suffer too. That's what you're saying without saying it. Jesus died on the cross, so we should be willing to have our life taken too. That's what you done said. That's what you done said without saying it. That's why they have to make sure they find somebody close to the family. Every time it's somebody that get brutalized by the state, they have to find somebody close to the family to completely quell the righteous rage swelling up in people who would naturally be inclined to defend themselves or to seek divine retribution. That's what that Jesus shit do. That's why you do not protect your own life. That's why you do not feel inclined, even though your damn hormones and your adrenaline and your epinephrine and all of the shit is telling you you gotta fight or you gotta flee. You can't be in America if you are the perpetual martyr of America. You either gotta fight or you gotta flee, but you can't retreat. That's not an option. That's not an option biochemically. Biochemically, the opposite and opposing medicine, the opposite and opposing treatment for aggression is what? Fighting or fleeing. That's the only option. In that scenario, there is no rest and digest. Rest and digest only comes into play when the appropriate, equal, and opposite action has been taken in response to the stimulating action. Whatever the stimulating action is, whatever the event is that causes these flood of hormones and chemicals to flood your body with, to prepare you to do one of two things: to fight or to flee. That's the only reason it's preparing you, is to fight or to flee. The retreat, The rest and digest is an after response that comes into play to reestablish harmony after you have responded, after you have reacted, after you have administered the appropriate, equal, and opposing biochemical response to what you perceive is a threat to your life. And we ain't done that. We've bypassed the equal and opposing action to go straight into retreat and can't figure out why we still sit. Power Kismet says sipping on Jesus juice. That's the Kool-Aid of the age, baby. That's the Kool-Aid of the age. You understand? Let's see. You are a masterful teacher because how you brought it full circle after 2 hours. The kamikazes. Okay. That's some crazy-ish. I thought she was weird for that because she wanted to be like Jesus. Who's she? Who I said? What I said? I thought she was weird for that because she wanted to be like Jesus. Who did I mention? Because I don't even remember. Bronx, LaRon, what was you responding to? Because I'm lost. Let's see. I had a spirit. Oh, okay. I see. Let me go back a little bit then. Okay. Dying for sins and such. Yes. Dang. Ain't that some shizit? What's up, Patrick? That's my brother right there. I was thinking about you and your wife yesterday, man. We got to connect. Wow. So true. Repetitive images. Right. That's why, now, if you want me to get deep about it, that's why your black ass got to die in every movie. Like, it's been a cultural joke for us. Like, why in horror movies it's always the black person that die first? Why in action movies it's always going to be the black person that die? Like, why? That's why. Everybody has to be conditioned to accept that it is our divine lot in life to suffer. That's why. That's why we always got to die first. That's why we always got to be the one to, quote, sacrifice ourselves for the others in the movie. You know, I got it. I got you. You feel me? I got you. You feel me? Y'all go. Y'all run. Y'all get away. This is the constant perpetual conditioning to force you to accept that harm against you is divinely placed. And that instead of bucking back like your ass would naturally be inclined to do, your conditioning tells you that your suffering is a badge of honor that you must wear and take into yourself. Taking one for the team, you feel me? Sacrificing yourself for the group, you feel me? And we internalize that shit so deep that we would buck against our own self-defensive biochemical mechanizations for the preservation of our existence. You heard? That's like I really wish I could. I cannot. But we really got to get into, I'm gonna take the time to do what I have to do this weekend. I will also say this, since Patrick's up on here, I don't know who else is local, but if you are in LA this Saturday, the workshop that I am teaching is at a place called Zula Den. What is the address? I cannot remember the address off the top of my head, but let me type it in the chat so y'all can Google it. Okay. It's their spring soiree. It's called Zula Den. I don't remember their website. It might be .org or .com. It's either one of those. Zula Den. It's in the chat. I will be teaching that workshop. I think my time is at 3:00, but the whole event, which is free, but you do have to register. I'll send out some stuff about that too. It's from noon to 8. It's dope. There are tons of healers. The event is free. People do ask for donations, like the healers and stuff. But it's from 12 to 8, Saturday, May 10th. and it is a free healing event. And there's all kinds of therapists and healers out there. There's people doing Olympia. There's like another person, a couple that facilitates cacao ceremony. There's live music. I'm teaching a 2-hour workshop. There's poets that be coming out there. They have a DJ. They have a ton of food, so the food is free. It's dope. They have a ton of vendors. It's really, really, really dope. The building is incredible. It's a 2-story building with like 13, 14 rooms. There's diviners out there. It's very, very, they have like, everybody's big into the ice bath in California right now. They have these massive ice baths, these 2 people that facilitate these like ice bath things. It's really dope. So if you're in the California area, check that out. Meanwhile, I will be producing tomorrow the Eventbrite that I said I was going to send out, so that you can, if you're not in the LA area, you can, join. I'm probably going to do it via Zoom as opposed to a live via YouTube. And because I need to get paid, I be giving away a lot of good shit that you are never going to hear anybody. I just had a woman talk to me, send me an email 2 days ago. And she is in Chinese medicine school right now. And she's like, I just started following your page, and I went right to, because, I've done like maybe 3 or 4 lives about like 5 elements and the transition from one season to another. She's like, just in these episodes on the 5 elements, I've learned more than I've been learning in my medical school program. She's like, I'm so upset because I want to get out of this medical program. Do you teach at a medical school in LA? I should, but I don't. And then somebody said it on here earlier, like, I be giving up gold. You know what I'm saying? I do it because I am so enthusiastic about transferring information that emboldens and empowers human beings. But in the transfer of that information, I need to get paid. Everything that spills from my lips is fucking gold. And I need to get paid. Do you understand? And so I am going to do an Eventbrite and call on you to make donations to participate in this live presentation that I'm going to be doing this Saturday, which is called The Mysteries of Symbols and Sacred Objects, where I'm going to teach you in real time how to make your own talisman, the difference between talismans, charms, and amulets, what you need for what it is you're trying to do. Do you need a talisman? Do you need an amulet? Or do you need a charm? What is the difference? How do you create them? How do you imbibe them? The like. And so in that Eventbrite that I'll create probably tomorrow morning and send out, I will do the same thing that I'm going to be doing as a program for the people that are participating live, is a list of things. As a matter of fact, I'm supposed to be putting it on their site, a list of things that you can use, that you can, use in the workshop. There are going to be items that I'm actually going to be bringing to the workshop that people that are attending live can use. And so, yeah, so that, and, yes. And so I'm going to finish this because I'm telling you, y'all been with me for a minute, and y'all haven't even seen me at my nerdiest. Y'all haven't even gotten a glimpse of my geek factor. Like, when I tell you this shit is my bag, this shit is my bag. Okay. Like, I can go hard on the political shit. I can go deep into the spiritual shit and uncover and demystify. But when I'm both feet first in my medicine bag, bitch, you will see the nerd come the fuck out. It's my shit. It's my shit. And so I get real hype about this. So I'm going to take some time with this next week, and we will open. There won't be any introduction. I'm going to be real disciplined. We're going to start with the concept of fight or flight. What is engaged in this process? What organs, what chemicals, what hormones are involved in what we call our base level self-defense and self-preservation mechanism known as fight or flight? That is our emergency mechanism. It is our acute mechanism, right? What is engaged in that process and why we have been conditioned through manipulation and sleight of hand bullshit. Martyrdom is one thing, but even in these so-called health spaces, even in these so-called spiritual spaces, even in these so-called alternative medicine spaces, not deliberately, but the sleight of hand narrative telling us that to counteract the potential negative impacts of fucking fight or flight, constantly being stressed out, you need to learn how to practice yoga. You need to learn how to meditate. No, something has been missing. Something has been missing. And yeah, as a matter of fact, there was an article that I read. There's an article I read on Medium that was called something like the lie of fight or flight. I was like, oh shit. So somebody else is experiencing the same thing I'm experiencing. This constant, you hear people. As a matter of fact, what made me think about that in relationship to what I'd already been talking to y'all about Oya or Pluto in retrograde is that same day, that same week that everybody been telling me I'm a pacifist. I'm like, what the fuck? And then that girl I was telling you about that was like, all this video did was make my cortisol level go up. I think it'll make everybody cortisol level go up. Our worldview, our experience will also dictate what we perceive as a trigger that threatens our life. That will determine whether your cortisol levels go up. Your white worldview, baby, will determine whether you are triggered or not. Your white worldview or your black worldview will determine how you perceive what it is you are taking into your eyeballs. Is this a threat or is this something exciting? So far, what I heard she say is making my cortisol levels come up. For me, I was invigorated. I was like, yes, more of that, more of that, more of that. You see what I'm saying? So even having a discussion about fight or flight without recognizing how socially and politically those things that we observe based on our peculiar space in the world, our peculiar experiences in the world, and how that trains us to understand what is a threat and what is a non-threat will determine how our biochemistry will respond to this thing that we're witnessing. That shit is hella deep. It's hella deep. It's hella deep. You understand? So even going back to the yin and yang and talking about how for energy to exist, matter must pre-exist, and how in the Great Cosmic Mother, Mary Daly says in the chapter The Machine, she was like, all these people talking about spirituality and shit, but your spirituality is informed by your material experience. What did she say? She said, what my Great Cosmic Mother had. But that's gonna have to factor into, now that I think about it. What did she say? She said, I'm gonna paraphrase. She said, whatever suppresses and abuses the flesh also suppresses and abuses the spirit. She said, it is impossible. She said, it's impossible. And she's talking about these people who just be like, insane, spiritual, and deny the flesh. She's like, it's an impossibility. She said, whatever happens to the flesh happens and shapes the spirit. Whatever the flesh's experience is the spirit's experience. Hear what I'm telling you? Flesh matters. Not only does flesh matter, what am I always telling you? That your flesh is just as much a part of the body of God as your spirit is. Why? Because your flesh and spirit are one, just like the yin and yang. Two personifications of the one, just like the yin and yang. And so is it possible for you to achieve an ecstatic breakthrough of ultimate unopposed enlightenment while your flesh is suffering, while your flesh is abused, while your flesh is imprisoned, while your flesh is being terrorized by social systems? Can you have the radical breakthrough that you are meant to have in this incarnation when your flesh is perpetually being terrorized? And on the other hand, if you are a part of the oppressor class, can you truly have a spiritual experience while sitting in a sea of others suffering? Can you really achieve enlightenment as a freaking spiritual tourist? Mary said that. Not Mary, Barbara Moore. She said that. She's like, these white women going out into the woods. She said this she in the 80s. She said these white women going out into the woods. She said that's why people don't trust white women in spiritual spaces. That white woman said that. That white woman from Portland, Oregon said that. She said that's why the people of color in the world do not trust white spiritual women. That's what she said. She said that's why the people of the world don't trust y'all. Is because y'all will go out and float in a bliss cloud above the suffering of others and go to your little what she call it? Your little exclusive retreats in the woods, dancing naked under a well-fed white moon while ignoring the suffering of others. You feel me? That's what she said. She said that's why people in spiritual spaces don't trust y'all. She said that in 1983. This white woman from Portland, Oregon, who apparently, according to her daughter, because her daughter inboxed me, according to her daughter, white women hated her because of the position that she took about the role of white women in spiritual spaces, to be trusted in spiritual spaces. She said, y'all don't want to hear that shit. Y'all just want to go to your little retreats where ain't nobody there but you. You feel me? And we danced in the woods and we cast spells under the moon and shit. She said, that's why people of color in the world don't trust y'all. They don't trust y'all. It's because y'all really believe y'all can experience something spiritually profound in the absence of addressing the material world. Yep. She's like, y'all want y'all wealth and your spirituality too. She went ham as fuck. She went hard as fuck. In the last 3 chapters, she went hard as fuck. Barbara Moore did that. She did that. She did that. And she didn't just do that. She didn't just write it. She didn't just say it. She was like, you know what? Let me get out here and comply to my mother's will, even if it means me and my baby's got to be homeless for a little while so I can keep the quiet that I need and the concentration that I need, that she can come through me on the terms that she fucking said. That's what she did. That's what she did. That's what she did. That will never not be a magnanimous display of the mother. Listen, of the mother saying, everything that is my creation, even if it's malignant, even if it's fucked up, it is my creation gone astray. But everything that is mine. Everything that is mine. And I will use whoever I see fit to make my will known. That's what she did. That's what she did. She said, I will use whoever I see fit. Y'all all mine. I will use whoever the fuck I see fit to make sure that my will is known, that my will is heard. And in her divine excellence, she knew that some hard-headed ass Black nationalist, not interested in reading no shit no white woman ever read, would eventually comply and read that book, and it shake her to her fucking core, and that resistant Black nationalist bitch would read that book on her YouTube channel that at the time had 2, maybe 3 followers, just to be able to listen to herself hear her read the book, because there was no audio book of the book that she wanted to listen to over and over. She was like, well, do it, I'll do it myself. And read that book on her YouTube channel, and did not know at the time that was going to be a goddamn global netcast. That was going to be a netcast. This is the mother's will. This is the mother's will. For that woman, in reading that book, have some white man from Poland tell me in one of the book studies that we did that I have had this book, I know, 10 years on my shelf, and every now and again I'll be like, damn, I need to read that book, but I'm so busy and I got my life, He said, and then I found you reading the book. He was like, awesome. Now I ain't got to read the book. I can just listen to the book when I'm driving or doing whatever. And then to send me a private message and say, 2 chapters in, I am so unbelievably moved. I want to ask you, would you be okay with me reading the book on my YouTube channel, but reading it in Polish so that my people have access to it, considering the damage that the Catholic Church continues to do to Polish people in Poland? And read the book in Polish. He translated the book in Polish and read it on his YouTube channel. And 3 months after he sent me that email from Poland, his ass was sitting in my living room. This white artist from Poland was sitting in my living room 3 months later. That the granddaughter of Monica Zhu and the daughter of Barbara Moore both inboxed me, neither of whom had read the book. Because Barbara Moore and Monica Zhu their transitions have been relatively recent, like within the last decade and a half, last 15 years. Both of them damn near said the same thing verbatim. I haven't read the book because the wounds are too fresh. I can't read the book, but thank you so much for reading the book. This is the first time I'm hearing the content of what my grandmother and my mother did in this book. Thank you so much. This was the only way I was going to be able to hear it. Honey, this is the evidence of a webcast. When you talk about the execution of magic, you have to be able to see it when it presents itself. You understand? To read Pure Lust. And the only reason I bought the book that had been sitting up here forever in a day was because I made up my mind when I read The Great Cosmic Mother that eventually I was going to own all of the reference material that she had in the book. That was what I was on. I was like, I'm about to buy all these reference books, like all this shit. I need to know all of this shit. And the very first book that I bought, because it struck me so, was this book called The Search for Oneness, which eventually we're gonna have to get into, but this is like straight up like medical jargon, because this book is out of print. I found this book on like eBay and I paid like $325 fucking dollars for this book. So like when I say it's like way out of print, I'm not joking. I was like, ooh, can I really reconcile paying that kind of money for a book? I paid $325 for this book, The Search for Oneness. But what it is the actual detailed execution of the studies that gave us the end of our prayer. Mommy and I are one, but we spell it different. That's where that came from. Mommy and I are one. That's in here. That came from a study on addicts in a psychological hospital by these 3 Jewish doctors in the 70s. That's where that came. You want to know where Mommy and I came from? Mommy and I are one. That ends all of our conspiracies. This is where it came from. This is the first book that I bought of source material from The Great Cosmic Mother. Mommy and I are one, right? The Search for Oneness, right? And then after that, when Barbara Moore starts talking about the word sin, the origin and the etymological meanings of the word sin, and based on these different, the Latin, the Greek, and the Hebrew origin of the word sin, and she comes to the conclusion that the true original sin is to be born female, based on these etymologies. The Latin, to be, sin, S-I-N, to be, S-Y-N-N in Greek, she is. And in Hebrew, she is to be, she is, what was the other one? Mother Moon. Sin was the name, what we call Mount Sinai. That was sin. Sin AI. Sin AI, right? Sin was in Hebrew mountain mother moon. Mountain mother moon. You understand? The sin is to be born she. To be born she, based on these etymologies. I was like, damn. Well, I guess Mary Daly is the next motherfucker I need to read, because that's where the reference came from for the original sin in The Great Cosmic Mother being to be born she, right? So I buy all of Mary Daly's books because I'm like, I need to know that. And then the first one we read was the book Pure Lust. And in that book, most of y'all was up in here when we was reading that book live, getting shook to the core, getting punched in the jaw, getting kicked in the chest. You understand? Getting wigs snatched. Feel me? That book was a magnanimous, magical execution of witnessing the unfolding of the web. That shit was so radical. I cannot express it enough. That book, Pure Lust, was so radical. So radical. So radical. You feel me? So, how did I get on that? This walk that we're, because this is a walk we about to take into this fight or flight shit, yo. This is a walk we about to take. This is a walk we are about to take. That's why I'm taking my time. This is a walk we are about to take. This shit has been with me for a long time. I've been talking to y'all about the vagus nerve for as long as I can remember. It's my obsession. That's why I have never been, because everybody keeps saying, damn, why don't you just teach us already about the vagus nerve? Because I've been talking about it so long. I was like, that is a topic I do not want to rush through. A lot of this shit we've been doing for the last few months have been so urgent. And I'm like, I'm just rushing through. But like the vagus nerve, that ain't the shit I want to rush through. When we understand how we don't even have a kindergartenish understanding of how fucking credible our bodies are. And if we did, we would honestly walk around here like Rodney Hinton Jr. did, with our chest poked out and our chin to the ceiling and looking every bitch in the eye like, bitch, yes, I'm me. I'm God up in this bitch. If we knew who we were in the flesh, baby. If we knew who we, and the vagus nerve will teach you that shit. Like I'm telling you, the vagus nerve will more than anything else in the vagus nerve will teach you that shit. God damn, it will teach you that shit. It'll teach you that shit. So we're gonna have a discussion because the vagus nerve is an integral part of this discussion about fight or flight and its fight or flight and its harmonizing response, which is rest and digest or feed and breed, right? So the question of the vagus nerve will come up substantially. But what this thing is going to be is about how we cannot bypass the response that is being called on us to take whenever we call on our fight or flight defenses to show up for us. The stressful event calls on us to, it's like you are alerting your army, your military fight or flight, your defensive team fight or flight. God damn. Oh my God, not only your defense team, child. Your understanding of the world when you call up your army, your understanding of the world will tell your army whether you need to be in a defensive position, that's the fight, or whether you need to be in a offensive position, that too is the fight. Let me put it this way. It'll alert your army to whether you need to be on the offensive, that's the guaranteed fight, or the defensive, which will determine whether you need to be fighting defensively or whether you need to be fleeing. And you cannot bypass these necessary responses. The hormones will not allow you to bypass these responses. The biochemistry will not allow you to bypass one of these three options: to fight or to flee, to fight offensively, to fight defensively, or to flee. You cannot bypass those. You cannot bypass this. I don't care what nobody else is telling you. I don't care what none of these people who are saying, oh, you can recover from an overextension of your endocrine system and fight or flight by just doing yoga and meditation. I do not agree. It's not just the chemistry and the science that teaches me that. It is the Chinese theory that teaches me that. It is The art of war that teaches me that. It is my political life that teaches me that. It's our spiritual understanding that teaches us that. It's the archetypes that exist in our consciousness that teaches us that. We cannot bypass what is a necessary harmonizing response to whatever the trigger is before we are allowed to go into a state of harmonious rest and relaxation. Retreat is not an option. That's what I'm saying. Right now, today, retreat is not an option encapsulated in these responses that you must choose from. Retreat is not an option. Even in your rest and digest or your feed and breathe, retreat does not even exist in there. Rest and digest and feed and breathe is your reward for your response to the aggression. Anyway. Thank you, Blood Moon Oracle, for your contribution, your donation. Yeah. So there are right now 52 people live with me at 1:30 in the morning. When we did that insane ass 10-hour live, when I logged off, there were 130 people when I was logging off. So y'all as crazy as I am, first of all. So I ain't crazy up in this bitch by myself. Okay. Y'all as crazy as I am. But even rocking with me that long. Most of y'all, I'm in the latest time zone. So most of y'all probably getting up for work here in an hour. Supposed to be getting up for work here in an hour. You feel me? If it's 12:30 where I'm at. And so what I would like to see happen, this is a challenge that I am making to you. Obviously, it's voluntary, but this is a challenge that I'm making to you about recognizing the value of what I produce on here and recognizing my very real limitations, like what do you call it? Technological limitations, and the fact that I don't have a team yet. It's what we're working on. But right now, we're still in the infancy of this thing that we're trying to build. My technological limitations, my time constraints, and whatever. What I would like to do, because this is like a regular occurrence now, where on average, when I do a live, I can expect anywhere from about 55 is around the average, 55 to 65 is around the average, anywhere from about 55 to about 120. What I would like to see happen is if you see the value of what it is I am teaching, and thank you so much, spiritually flexy. I love that. That's too cute. And you recognize the value of what I am presenting on here, and you recognize that I will wager a bet that you will be hard pressed to search the entire YouTube network and find anybody that is even coming closely remotely to the content that I am producing on here. The goddamn college level content that I be producing up on here. You feel me? And what I'm saying is what I would like to see happen. This is a challenge. It's not a requirement, but it is a challenge. So let me just tell you, let me add to that challenge that this shit did not just occur in my brain by rote. I come from a long lineage of gangster mentors. You understand? I have 10 years of medical school under my belt and a 283,000 goddamn student loan debt to prove it. 20 functional, legitimate years as a healer. 15 years as more than that, 23 years as a political activist and revolutionary. So everything that you see here is a culmination of that legacy. I'm a mother, I'm a grandmother, the whole nine, right? And so this is the challenge, is that I only do maybe 2-3 lives a week anyway. My challenge is that there are 52 people on this live right now. is that every time I do a live, my challenge is for everyone to make a $2 to a $5 donation every time they see me live. $2 to $5. That's the challenge that I'm making. Okay, I accept that as a compliment. I accept that as a compliment. I am well familiar with this brother that you have just mentioned in my comment section. I will accept it as a compliment, though. Worldview is everything, baby. That's all I'll say about that. Worldview, background is everything. That's what I will say about that. Hey, that's what I said. What we've been on here, 4 hours at the very, very, very beginning. That's why I Google everybody's name. I don't take nobody for granted. I don't care what they doing in the world. I'm trying to know who you is and who your people's is, who your mama was, how you was raised, how you grew up, because this will inform me much more about who you are than what you just say out your mouth. Especially if you were born with a penis. I'm just gonna keep it blood raw. Anybody born with a penis, they get a background check before I co-sign on anything coming out their mouth. And the other thing I will say is, I'm not grinding you up, sis. I accept where that's coming from, but I will say this a million times. I will be unwavering in my declaration of this. I will be unwavering in my declaration of this. Any man today who is saying anything remotely progressive about women, about women's role, about women's history, about the goddess, about the mother, any man, any male, any Y chromosome possessing person saying anything even remotely progressive about the divine she in all of her manifestations, if what he is saying out of his mouth is not preceded by the words, according to my honorable mother, according to the lessons learned that I learned by my own personal mama, according to the ideology of the great divine she, according to sister so-and-so who was my mentor, according to the great Francis Chris Wilson, or wherever you got your information from, if anything you saying is seemingly progressive about women, about women's rights, about how you a feminist, about the great cosmic mother, or any of that shit is not preceded by a declaration recognizing where you got the information from, how you came to the conclusions that you have come to, I don't trust you. I don't trust your intentions. I don't trust you. I don't trust you. I don't trust you believe what you say. I don't trust. I'm just giving it to you raw. That's my position. Because there are so many men all of a sudden having a fucking epiphany about what's wrong with the world and why women are being treated so bad and all that. You just had an epiphany yesterday. It just came to you from out of nowhere. Not that your ass ain't got a wife that's been teaching you in real time how you need to show up as a male in the world in your relationships with females. Nope, that didn't occur to you. And I mean that shit because I've spent most of my adult life in Black militant, hardcore Black nationalist circles. Most of my mentors are male, full-time revolutionaries, political prisoners, and the like. You understand what I'm saying? And not one supported in institutions that are held up by women. Thank you. I am inner me. I love that. Thank you. I am inner me from Atlanta, my second home. I love Atlanta so much. That's, as far as I'm concerned, it's the only place in the country I've ever been to, at least for the time being, because that shit is under assault too. It's the only place I've been in the country. I've been to a lot of Black ass places, but it's the only Black ass place that I've been to in this country where you can be your most audacious Black ass self on the terms that you said and just be fully in your body. I love Atlanta so much. I love Atlanta so much. Just you saying I'm up in here from Atlanta, I'm like, My spirit is lifted. I love Atlanta so much. I love Atlanta so much. It is literally my home away from home. I love Atlanta. I love black ass people in Atlanta. I love the energy I feel when I am in Atlanta. I love it. The hood to the elevated. That I love Atlanta. I love black in Atlanta. That shit is incomparable. You feel me? Thank you, Lydia C, for the donation. Appreciate y'all. I love Atlanta. I love everything about it. I love the hood in Atlanta, baby. I love ghetto ass Africans in Atlanta. I love that shit. I love them. I love the block boys in the hood sisters in Atlanta, man. That shit is something the fuck else. That shit is something else. Unlike any other place I've been a lot of places. I love Atlanta. And I feel like that's why blackness in Atlanta is under assault right now, because that shit don't exist nowhere else. I'm telling you, that shit is a vortex. That shit is a special place. But anyway, what was I saying? Damn, what was I saying? Oh yeah, the sister that gave me the compliment. I understand the basis of where she got the compliment, like why that was the person that she, compared me to. He who must not be named. But I know him. I know him personally. I have met him several times because that's how it is out east. Out in the South, out in the East, there ain't nobody in anything even remotely close to a conscious space that don't know it. Everybody know everybody. That circle is small out there. Everybody know everybody from elder to youth. You feel me? So I know him personally. Met him several times personally. No shade. His lane is his lane. His knowledge is his knowledge. But my position is unwavering. Anybody, any man, even my own mentors who I still love and respect. I have many big name, well-named mentors who remain nameless because I'm not trying to throw shade. What I am saying is that this is a new day. This is a new day. This is a new period. And it demands that black-skinned women set all the terms. That's what the day demands. That's what the time, that's what the age demands, is that black-skinned women the globe over. And the reason I will remind y'all, for those of you who may be new to my channel, the reason I make a distinction when I say black-skinned women is that there are a whole host of women on this planet who do not identify as African or having a direct lineage in Africa, who is black or blacker than me with bone straight hair, who have my exact lived experience because of their proximity to me, child. Africa is the target. It always has been. Black-skinned women with nappy ass hairs are the target, as they always have been. And everybody else, their proximity to us is what makes their lives miserable in this contest of yin and yang, right? That has been split apart from itself. It's the son split apart from his mother in his madness, right? And so we become the target. But I do acknowledge that the darker a human being is, because of the great white father God in the skies direct target against African descended women with nappy ass hair, everybody else who may be black skinned, dark skinned, their proximity to us, which is the primary target, is what is the primary cause of their suffering, aka the untouchables in India, aka the indigenous people of Australia and New Zealand, and the list goes on and on. The indigenous people of the Philippines and the indigenous people of North America, who also are indigenous with bone straight hair and used to be just a half second ago black as me. But the campaign of miscegenation has done what it has done successfully everywhere on earth. People in their proximity to blackness has been really almost eradicated through forced miscegenation. So don't act brand new about that shit. Just because a person is light-skinned now doesn't mean that light-skinnedness didn't come as a very deliberate genocidal campaign of attempting to eradicate blackness from the earth. You feel me? So That's why I say the future must be architecturally drafted by Black-skinned women. That's my position. And so what does that mean? It means if we are required, right, to be the architectural drafters and designers of the new age, that we have to set the terms for what that means for a change. This is still in relationship to this discussion we're going to have about fight or flight, specifically about the section of contraction and expansion. Then it means everyone else must comply to the role that we draft for them. Because otherwise, if we Black women retreat, oh my God. If we retreat as Black women, I know y'all don't want to hear this, but if we retreat, if we say we going on permanent vacation because we can't get no justice nowhere and nobody don't know how to act right, you feel me? If we retreat, but the world is still unfolding, whether we make our presence known or not, the world is still unfolding. A future is still unfolding, whether we are active participants or passive participants. Then what will the world be if we are in retreat mode, if we are in permanent vacation mode, if we are in nomadic mode, while the world is being shaped before our fucking eyes? What do we think our absence is going to yield in terms of a future? Somebody else drafting the future, somebody else stating out loud what the future must be, and can't nobody come to the right conclusions but us, Black-skinned women. Who's most under assault? Whose babies are most under assault? We are the ones that have to set the terms for the unfolding of the goddamn future, and we cannot be in retreat mode to do that shit. We cannot. I know y'all don't want to hear that shit, because I get it. This shit out here be looking real motherfucking dismal, and having a bitch wanting to be like, I'm checking the fuck all the way out. What the little fat boy on what's that show? What's his name? Screw you guys, I'm going home. What's that damn goofy ass cartoon that used to come out? And the fat one always used to say, screw you guys, I'm going home, right? Cartman. What was the show? We do not have that luxury. That does not mean that we have to place our presence, South Park, thank you, that we have to place ourselves in the crossfires. It doesn't mean that we have to be in these spaces to chart the course, you feel me? But retreat cannot be the mode. Retreat cannot be the mode. Oh, y'all ain't having it. That shit I'm telling you. She ain't having it. You feel me? She is not having it. She said, I'm up in here. I'm the bitch y'all been waiting for. That's what she's saying. I'm the bitch y'all been waiting for. That shit y'all grandmama prayed for, your great grandmama prayed for. While that motherfucker was on top of her, treating her like she was a mindless, faceless, nameless robot with no power and no say. That prayer your mother spoke, your grandmother spoke, your great grandmother spoke, in her highest, in the height of her despair, bitch, you the one, and I came here to slay. So retreat is not an option. Retreat is not an option, motherfucker. Retreat for us is not an option. Now, what we can do is we can go back to the traditions of our origins and look at the stories that our mothers told us as a way to prepare for what is to come. There's plenty of stories in the Ifa Odu where the women recognized the moment that they had to leave, but they didn't retreat in these stories. Well, I forget what the Odu, is it Osameji? I don't remember the particular Odu when it talked about the time where the women had to leave, that the men were not contributing in any way. And not only were they not contributing, and all the women was doing all the work, raising all the babies, doing the agriculture, herding the cap, doing everything. And the men wasn't doing nothing. But then on top of not doing nothing, had the nerve to be abusive to the women who was doing everything. And then the women realized, like, damn, well, we doing everything. We making this motherfucker run. Like, we ain't got to sit here and endure this shit. We can just be the fuck out. We can be out. And so the women, all decided together one day that they was going to leave. The only babies they was going to take with them was the little babies, and that none of their sons could come with them if their sons was over the age of 12. And they packed up their kids in the dead of night and went out into the bush and built in no time their own village with top level security. The women decided who was going to be cooking, who was going to be cleaning, who was going to be caretaking for the babies, who was going to be the scouts, who was going to be the guards around the village wall, because they knew the men was going to seek revenge, because that's what y'all do. Because that's what y'all do. You feel me? And within no time, the women erected a whole well-oiled machine where everybody was happy. That's what they said. The women were happy. The energy was light. The babies was laughing. And they were still carrying out all the tasks that they were carrying out in the land where they was married, without the stress, without the strain, without the abuse. They didn't retreat. They went and built their own shit. That's not retreat. You see, that was not escape. It's like, we do everything anyway. We make this motherfucker run anyway. We can do it without the oppression, without the abuse, without the exploitation, and do it better. And that's what they did. They didn't retreat. That's not retreat. That's action. That's action. You understand? And what did they say? They went and built such a well-organized machine, and simultaneously as they built this new for themselves, that was defined by happiness and giggling babies, even as they were still doing the same level of work, still doing all the cooking, still breeding the cattle, still agriculturalist. Some was militant, some was the scouts, some was the actual frontline rebels to defend the village. That the place was defined by happiness and peace. That's what the Odu say. And at the same time that they building this radical, beautiful new, the women, it took no time for the land where they left their husbands to fall in chaos and disarray. That the men had all the boy children over the age of 12 because the women didn't take them. You feel me? They didn't know what to do with the boy children. They didn't know how to come together and create a routine where they could survive. So what did they do? What they always do. When they lose what they think is the origin of who they are as people, when they lose control, they become violent. That's what they did. And so instead of saying, damn, this shit fucked up, the women is gone, we all mad at each other, we fighting and shit, let's go apologize to our women and convince them to come back home. That's not the conclusion that they came to. Because brute force is the only thing that can emerge from a malignant ego. That's the only thing. It's the only language they understand is brute force. And so what did they do in the story? They didn't go apologize. They tried to squad up. They was like, we better go get our bitches back. Fuck that. We better go get our bitches back. And they went to wage war on the women. But the women was happy. And in their happiness and in their peace and in their ability to relax, because they were not chronically being triggered by fight or flight, they was able to strategize. They was able to see clearly what was coming down the pike. They were able to strategize not in a reactionary response to fight or flight. In their relaxed mode, they were able to say, okay, we know our men. We know they're going to be with that bullshit. So we need this many women to be scouts. We need this many women to be like in the bush scouting. And then we need this many women to be squatted up on some armed shit. And what the Odu says is the men came mad, talking about we about to go get our bitches back. You feel me? And because the women had scouts and a really well organized machine in a village, the men are coming. The men are coming. The scouts would report hours before the men arrived. The men are coming. The men are coming. Then the women would squad up, who were going to be the first line of defense. And 3 times the men got sent back to the village of the men with their tails tucked between their legs, because the women, in their foresight, in their relaxed state, were able to plan and plot and foresee what was coming, you see. In a relaxed state, not retreat, relaxed. You see the difference? And in a relaxed state, 3 times, they foresaw the men coming well before they arrived, squatted up, beat the shit out of them, sent them back with their egos brutalized back to their dysfunctional ass village. 3 times they beat the men back. You feel me? And so, Babalawo, this is a story for your ass. That's why I keep telling y'all women, we need to get up in these Odus, because we have been listening to men give us the interpretation of the Odus when we go before the Babalawo and the mat. And reading the Odus for yourself, you glean something different from the message than these men tell you. Anyway, so what the men say is they gonna go see a Babalawo because they can't get the drop on the women. The women already in their peace and they relaxed state, they just can't get the drop on the women. They can't get the drop on the women. You feel me? And so a Babalawo says, look, this is what the reading say. In offending your wives, you have offended Oshun. So what you need to do is you need to make an offering to Oshun and see if Oshun will help you get your women back. That's why this Odu is fucked up. Okay? We got to get up in these Odus, y'all. But anyway, because the Odu is fucked as far as I'm concerned. The first time I heard it, I was like, what the fuck? That's the ending? That's the end of the Odu? I was mad. So these men petition Oshun. That might how I need to start my Patreon. Is my hood version retelling of the Ifa Odu. That might be what I do. What y'all think about that idea? That might be a good ass draw. Ifa retelling of the Ifa Odu. Hood retelling of the Ifa Odu. My life story. I chose to be a single mom, then waste my body and energy with a lazy ass abusive male. We can't build a community like that with women who will bring the garbage of dudes in while we are building. Well, we have real world examples of this Odu that already exist in the world. In Kenya, in Brazil, in Colombia, there are communities of black-skinned women who have, by virtue of being fed up with abuse and still expected to do everything, have created sovereign villages of women and children who have the same kind of requirements for a woman to even enter into the village. Everybody ain't welcome just because you're female, right? So like in the village that was made popular, unfortunately, the village was made popular by Hillary Clinton. There's a documentary called The Land of No Men about this community in Kenya that was a single woman she wasn't single, she was married, but the village was started by a woman who, in an attempt to escape the abuse of her husband, she had been a child bride. I mean, she was a woman of age at this time, but she had been married off very young. And she said one day she just decided that she was done with the abuse. And so she packed up her child and they went out into the bush, and she crafted herself a place to live out of cow dung and straw, and was like, fuck it, I'm gonna just live out here. I'm gonna just live out here in these woods with these wild animals by myself. Fuck it. And women in the community got wind of what she had done, and group by group, one by one, in the dead of night, women was like, fuck it, if she can do it, I can do it too. They went to her. They was like, can we be up in here too? Can you teach us how to build a house for ourselves too? And that's how it started. The documentary is called The Land of No Men. And she had very strict rules about what the age of male children could be to be up in the village, that there were women who still were actively, involved with their husbands. And so there was a visiting time for males, but by sundown, y'all had to go. And if you didn't go willingly, you would go by force. Like she had that thing as a well-oiled machine. She taught women skills so that they could collectivize their skills to make themselves some money. They built a school right there in their little village. And then that shit spread. And then you started hearing about women in South America functioning their villages or creating their villages based off the land of no men in Kenya. So there are these things that are, seemingly spontaneously happening in women trying to understand how they can live in a world where they create safety and sanity for themselves. So, but anyway, the Odu I won't go through the whole thing, but the Odu does end up fucked up because Ifa, like most other male dominated traditions, even if they started out as matriarchal traditions, have all become patriarchal. All of them. And so you won't have me believe that the Ifa Odu was not in one way or another impacted by the Islamic invasion, by the Christian European invasion of Africa. You will not have me believe that the Ifa Odu was just left unscathed and unchanged by patriarchal nations and their imposition on Africa and African people and black men, African black men's um, uh, active participation in the changing of the essence of these previously matriarchal African matriarchal religious and spiritual systems. You won't have me. You won't have me out here falling for the okie doke. Now I haven't been no 15-year devotee of the tradition and recognize in real time where what I was being told was some straight opportunistic bullshit based on my ignorance. I had never read the Ifa Odu for myself, so all I could do was trust the Babalawo that I was sitting in front of. So yeah, it's something that's been on my mind, but I think the hood rendition sounds better. My ex-fiance, who is Babalao, had told me once, and like we don't talk often, but we do still keep in touch. But he's brilliant. He really, really is. Like, he's brilliant. His understanding of the tradition, his understanding and his interpretation of the Odu is unparalleled. He's really brilliant. He is still a male. He is still a male. Not only is he a male, before he was initiated to Orumula Babalao. Oh, thank you so much, DMC. You are so generous. See, it says, caught the replay of your last live and watched it twice straight. I'll be watching this one later. And I'm already thankful for your wisdom and insight. You're breaking the chains out here, Miss CFF. Thank you so much. I appreciate you so much. Make sure you email me. Make sure I like we have direct communication. And I'll put the email out for everybody. As a matter of fact, I'll just type it into the chat, the email for the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. There have been many of you over the last week that have inboxed me or emailed me about divination. I have not been ignoring your emails. I have been overwhelmed. I am going to get to them. But when I tell you that the last 2 months have been a lot. Okay, so just know, y'all know me by now. I respond to every single email. And so if I have not responded, do not assume it's ignoring you. There are several people that I still owe write-ups for your 5E intakes. It's a weight on me right now. It's like the thing I think about every morning when I get up. Is there enough time in the day for me to chisel out doing this typed out thing? So that's another thing. If you're calling about getting a 5 elements consultation, I'm not, from this day on, I'm not doing the write-ups anymore. I'm going to meet my commitment to the write-ups that I still owe people. It's too much. It's too much. I can do the 5E consultation, and then as a part of that, give you like a discounted rate on a 30-minute like follow-up. So do the diagnosis, create the diagnosis, and give you some pointers on how to move according to that in another 30-minute live. But I'm not going to be offering the write-ups anymore. As a matter of fact, I need to change that. It's too much. It's too much. So, but thank you, DMC, for the donation, and everybody else that I called out tonight that's made a donation. So anyway, all of that to say, I really love us. I really love us. And I'm talking about us. right? Those who are on here, those who are listening, those who are heeding the call, no matter who you are, black, white, red, yellow, brown, male, female, and all the genders in between, youth and elder alike. I love us. I love those of us who are actively receiving and heeding the call, the mother's call on our life. I love us. And I believe in us. I believe that we can all be the best versions of ourselves, but we have to be willing to make a commitment to ourselves to face and challenge our conditioning every single day, every single time it rears its ugly head. And it does for all of us, myself included, every day. The thing that I do, I attempt to do, I actively make strides to do is to challenge myself when that conditioning rears its head, is to self check, to factor in my subconscious, where's this shit coming from and why is it coming up now? This thing that's triggered me when I didn't need to be triggered. You feel me? What is it that I need to do to address this thing that is still lingering as a part of my conditioning? This is the thing that we all have to be doing. And so even the white people that currently like participate locally in whatever events we do or whatever ceremonies that we do, my challenge to them is different. My challenge to them is based on their peculiar experiences and worldviews. It makes a difference. Ceremony does not look the same for everyone. Medicine, just like in yin and yang, medicine does not look the same for everyone, because everything is factored into the diagnostic process. Everything. Who your people name is, what your worldview is, where the fuck you grew up, everything is factored into the diagnostic process. And so where spirituality is concerned, where ceremony and ritual is concerned, there is not a one shoe fits all, um, entry into the process of illumination. That's why in this concept, I'm still telling you again, I'm going to be going hard on this concept of expansion and contraction. It's so big, so big, so big. It's the other reason I'm telling you, you black women, you cannot be retreating right now. You cannot be retreating. You cannot be retreating. You cannot be retreating. You especially cannot be retreating. Y'all ain't going to want to hear that. Because the medicine of retreat the medicine of retreat the medicine of retreat is not for y'all right now. Your medicine is advance. Your medicine is activity. Your medicine is radical, boundless, unapologetic expansion. That's your medicine. That's your medicine. So anyway, let's see what y'all saying up in here. Okay, so everybody's like, yeah, the hood reading sound like a great idea. Okay, I'm gonna have to get up on that. Yes, to the hood version. Someone made a hood version of the I Ching and called it Yo Ching. No, I need that in my life. Damn, is that a book? Patrick, is that a book? The Yo Ching? Oh shit, let me write that down. Oh my God. Let's see. I am Fijian and I am new to your channel. I appreciate what you share. It's igniting. Gratitude to the way you embody and deliver. Mother Matter. Peace from Oceania. Oh, thank you so much. That's so dope. That's dope. I pronounce your name. Tale. Hopefully I pronounced that correctly. Patrick King, is it on YouTube? Oh, people are talking. Tale. I pronounced it right. Look at that. Okay. Okay. Oceana in the house. I love that. That's what's up. Yeah, that I'm waiting to hear that. I just bought a book, Patrick, called I haven't gotten deep into it yet because it actually was a book that was supposed to come. It didn't, which I was sad about, and I'm still trying to find it. But it was the book counterpart. So the two books that I reference a lot is both by Barbara Walker. It's the Women's Encyclopedia of Myths and Secrets and the Women's Dictionary of Symbols and Sacred Objects. Well, she wrote a deck years ago, and True Player. Oh, child, I'm about to get in that. But I just found a book. It was supposed to come with a deck, but it's old. It was used, and it didn't come with the deck. But it's called shit, this glare off my other light. Oh, okay. See, there you can see it. The I Ching of the Goddess. I Ching of the Goddess by Barbara Walker. I got it used. It was supposed to come with the deck, but it didn't have the deck. So I'm still trying to locate the deck because the book was written an age ago. I don't even think Barbara writes anymore. She's like, I think I read somewhere she's like 88 or something like that. I'm still trying to meet her. I'm really trying to meet her this year. She lives in Northern California somewhere. Yeah, this deck was written in 86. But it's called The I Ching of the Goddess. Then there's another book that I got recently. It is called, what is it called? Well, I tell y'all, I'm simultaneously reading about 6 books right now. What is it called? This one I'm reading right now. It is called The Alphabet versus the Goddess, the conflict between word and image. This book is it goes so hard. Ooh, this book goes so hard. And I was just at breakfast one day, just kind of skimming through it because I just gotten it. And the page that I opened up to as I'm eating breakfast, here it is. Here it is. Yo, Patrick, you and I are going to have a whole ass conversation just about this book. It's called The Alphabet versus the Goddess, the conflict between word and image. Okay. The first thing I opened up to when I was just like, let's just crack it open and see what it's talking about, was the page on the history of the yin and yang. And you see how many notes? This is the same day that I cracked it open at breakfast at the restaurant. This is all the notes that I was taking. Hold on, let me turn my light back up. This was all the notes I sat there at the restaurant taking while reading. The very first thing, when I say I cracked the spine open, I just got the sheet in the mail. Cracked the spine open to the page on the yin and yang. I'm sitting at the restaurant like, oh my God, what the fuck? Right? There's another guy. Oh, I kept going. Yeah. There's another guy on YouTube, and then it went into Taoism and Confucianism. Child, look. What does it say here? Listen to this. This is like the opening quote on the section of Taoism and Confucianism. It says, the mother principle of ruling holds good for a long time. That's Lao Tzu. Observe what a man has in his mind. Let's see. Observe what a man has in mind to do when his father is living, and then observe what he does when his father is dead. If for 3 years he makes no changes to his father's ways, he can be said to be a good son. That's Confucius. When I tell you it's everywhere. When I tell you it's everywhere, let's see. I'm reading Pure Lust and told my daughter I'm reading a book as old as me. Yeah, yo. So this thing about language that we stay stuck on on this channel, there's one guy I need to put in a link somewhere. This guy's whole channel is about decoding the history of language. I like this guy's channel. It's scary deep. That's all he does is break down the origin of modern language and alphabets. So he doesn't just talk about the language, he actually draws how we have the alphabet now, what is its oldest origin, and how did it transform into what we know is like A right now or like Z right now. Y'all. So let me just tell you a quick version, because his channel has been blowing my mind. He talks about how indirectly the current alphabet, the English alphabet that we have, indirectly its primary origin is Egyptian hieroglyphics. Okay. And he talks about, so how is it that you go from Egyptian pictorial hieroglyphics to the alphabet that we know today? And he said the greatest influence, not the only, but the greatest influence in the transforming of symbolic hieroglyphics to the current alphabet that we have today is Hebrew people, is Jews. And he shows the transition. How do you go from a picture of what this concept means to a letter that still represents, a lot of the time, its opposing meaning? Listen, I'm gonna have to find, I have him saved in one of my playlists, but his channel and the decoding of modern language, like he just did a one recently where he was like, you're going to think I'm crazy, but I think that if we want to have a better handle and control over the English language, that we should probably stop using our own alphabet and go back to Celtic runes. That video was so exceptional. It was, and he's so well researched and it's so easy to understand. He doesn't teach in a way like where it's over your head. He's like, just bear with me. I know it seems crazy because it just seems like a bunch of weird stick figures and shit. He's like, but once you see where our language and the influences that give us English and the alphabet, the English alphabet come from, you'll recognize how everything has been confused to give us our modern alphabet. And we probably have a better handle on language and concept if we went back to using ancient runes. I said, oh, fuck. He said, runes did not start out as a divinatory tool. Runes started out as a primary language of the Celtic people. It was their language, the runes. And then much later on, somebody discovered that there was a probability-based ability to divine using the runes as a divinatory system. He said, but runes in their origin were a language, was a way to write concepts in symbols as its primary language. He said, if we went back to that, we'd probably be better off. I said, God, this dude's channel is off the chart. Oh, sorry, boo. I didn't know you was right up under my foot. What is the name of the channel? I've always wondered how these people translated those systems to English. I can't think right off the top of my head. It's like Rob. Is it Rob Does Words or Rob Knows Words or something like that? I'm going to find it. And I'm going to add it into the description of this video so you can come back later to this video and then see the description box and see that guy's website in it. That's a commitment I will make, is to put since I mentioned him in it, I think it's Rob knows words or Rob does words, something to that effect. But yo, even the way, and he's such a nerd. I love that. He's such like a very stereotypical nerd, like in your mind's eye when you think of it. He's very so much a stereotypical nerd, but the way he teaches is just so like it is digestible. It doesn't matter how old you are, what your background, like you can easily understand. Like, I love when people teach that because there's some people who tend to be nerdy and they hyper pontificate. I don't like that. So his page is real dope. He goes over Hebrew, like the Hebrew language, the Hebrew people, the Hebrew history. And so when you hear this dude talking very secularly about the history of Hebrew intervention in all the languages, I said, God damn, y'all. That's why I told y'all, I think it was a week ago, that if you were because etymology is my thing. There ain't nothing that I do not search the etymological origin of its meaning in the world, right? Everything, no matter how seemingly small, but I'll search etymology, which will typically give you 4 languages: Old English, Latin, Greek, and like some of the Nordic countries, like Slovenia, what is it, Slovenia or whatever, like some little Nordic regions, but primarily Latin, Greek, and Old English, right? So when you just Google etymology of this word, those are the primary ones that it'll bring to you. But if you add, after the fact, Hebrew etymology of those same words, 90% of the time you're going to get a totally different meaning. Totally different. So I will search both when I'm talking to you guys about the etymologies of certain words. I will search both. I will search the quote regular standard romantic languages, Latin, Greek, and Old English, the etymology, and then I will go back and search that same word for the Hebrew etymology. So it'll give you the pictorial character and the translation and the etymology in Hebrew, and that shit is sobering. That shit is sobering to be searching the Hebrew meanings of words. That shit is sobering. I'll just say it like that. Okay. So now I'm going to get up off here. This was fun. Thank you all so much for your donations and your contributions. Again, I will reiterate when I come back on here, and I'll reiterate it every time. Like, I watch people who be literally talking about dumb shit. And in the live, you can see everybody donating $1, $10, $5, and their following is much bigger than mine. The algorithm is never. So let me just say that the algorithm is never going to be generous to me because of my mouth. I have debated, and I'm not going to debate anymore about quote cleaning and self censoring. I'm just not going to do it. Like, I be in the zone. You feel? I'm just not going to do it. And so I know that the algorithm is never going to be kind to me. So it's people like DMC making these generous donations, and Claudia Ancra, who makes a donation every time she logs in. She makes a donation, even if it's $3, even if it's $2, even if it's $4.99. Every single time without fail, when she logs onto my channel, she makes a donation. That is my challenge. There is still, at this time of the day, there's still 50 people live up in here with me at this witching hour. And that's my challenge from now on, is the people that are up in here live make a minimum of a 2 and, anywhere from a 2 to 5 donation, just to say you appreciate the content that I'm giving to you, and see if we can do that. That is impactful. 50 people making a $20 a $2 donation, a $5 donation. Everybody up in here tonight that has donated has been very generous. 19, 100, 20. I don't know what the rate of exchange is for this sister, but $19.99. So I'm sure it's probably right around 2 to 1. So that's about $40. Yeah. So the people that have made donations, but that is my challenge, is everybody can make a $2 donation. Especially since I'm never going to be approached by some, like some advertiser, like people say, okay, I want to thank so-and-so for sponsoring this video, whatever. I ain't never going to get that. I can tell you right now, I'm never gonna get that. You feel me? And I'm like, I've had a couple of times where I'm like, maybe I could just stop cussing and self-center a little bit just so I can get these coins so it can free me up to do a little bit more over here and over there. But the rebel in me won't let me do it. I'll just be honest. I'm calling on y'all to be audacious. I'm calling on y'all to be rebels. I'm calling on y'all to be the full embodiment of the fire breathing dragon. And I'm up in here talking about maybe I need to self censor. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. So that's the challenge that I'm raising to you is that, and so let me just put out how you can make a donation because you don't just have to do like super chats, which YouTube gets a portion of every donation that's made like through the super chats or the super thanks or whatever. YouTube gets a portion. If you want to make a donation to the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence, you can do that through my email address, which is in the comment section, but it is evoemetemp@gmail.com. evoemetemp@gmail.com. That is the address that you can use to send me a Zelle. If you want to send a Cashapp, that is $ Daughter of the Fates, FATES, $ Daughter of the Fates. If you want to send a Venmo, that is Cassandra-Floyd, CASSANDRA-FLOYD. You can send a Venmo. My least favorite option, I am probably going to get rid of it, is PayPal. But in the meantime, that is @Iyapo and Gina. It won't even let me change my handle name. My handle name is still Iyapo and Gina, IYAPO NGINA. IYAPONGINA @. And that is my PayPal. So that are the ways that you can make a contribution, donation. But that is what I am calling on as a regular part of this process. Everybody can donate $2 if I'm only doing 2 to 3 lives a week. Okay. And then what else? You can also send me that email address if you want a divination. Like I said, I'm catching up on my time, so I probably won't be booking any appointments until Monday because this weekend is crazy. But those of you who have already emailed me about divination, I'll be contacting you about scheduling appointments next week. Those of you who are interested in a divination, you can email me at the same address, evoemetemp@gmail.com. Okay. I will be sending out this Eventbrite today, I promise, and that way you can participate in the workshop that I'm teaching on Saturday on the mysteries of symbols and sacred objects and how to create your own talisman. Okay. All right. I appreciate you. This was fun. I was tired when I got up on here. I hear what you're saying, Paula Huguli. Hopefully, I didn't butcher that, but I am talking about a recognition of the environment that we're in, like YouTube, probably more than anybody. Now, I'm still working on developing a Patreon, which will make it a non-issue, but YouTube is becoming more and more and more stringent, more and more and more stringent about language and about speech and about censorship. What you can't even say gun and expect to get monetized. So I'm not talking about you guys because I still get funds or monetization from my YouTube channel based on the fact that I have paid subscribers and I have people who make regular contributions in the lives, right? But I'm just talking about how you can watch like your favorite YouTube videos and they'll stop in the middle and they'll say, I want to thank this company or whatever for sponsoring this live based on the rules stated in YouTube monetization. There's just a very, 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 very minuscule, like less than 1% of a chance that an actual company sponsorship would, and then it's based on your place in the algorithm too. These companies that are looking to like sponsor a person's YouTube channel or video, they're looking for your placement in the algorithm as well as like what your content is. My content is still very low in the algorithm because of the fact that I do not self-censor. That's all I'm saying, is like the practical logistical reasons that my channel has not shot up in the algorithm is because I don't comply to the censorship terms that guarantee that you that your space in the that you go up in the algorithm. And I'm okay with that. You know what I'm saying? Like, yes, I feel like everybody should be having access to what it is I'm teaching, but I also know I'm just not going to do that. I'm 50 years old. I'm not going to be taming my tongue. I'm not going to be taming my tongue at all for any reason. You know what I'm saying? But definitely not, and not in a country that professes to be the gleaming beacon of free speech. And you cannot even, do you know there are a list of words logistically that you can go right into your YouTube channel if you are, if you have a monetized page, and see that there are words that you cannot use and expect to get like external monetization, like advertisers approaching you. They're going to keep your shit at the bottom of the algorithm because you can't say gun, you can't say murder, you can't say rape, you can't, like, there are a whole list of words that you cannot use, which is strategic and profound. If we wanted to go all the way back to the beginning, it is strategically profound and deliberate because of who is dominating these apparatuses. They are religious zealots that are taking possession and ownership of all of these spaces, these virtual spaces. They are religious extremists and zealots that are taking ownership and possession of these spaces, that are also patriarchs. And so the main things that they censor are the things that would have people be able to freely express what's happening to them in the world. You feel me? So anyway, that's all I was saying. Thank you for committing to making a donation. I don't hesitate and I don't have any questions about what is going to be coming into the space, right? About the vision that I have for the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence and what that is going to look like. I don't have any hesitation about that, right? I don't have any hesitation about the multiple places that the resources that we need to begin to like facilitate an identifiable process, right? Like a building, like that. And I mean soon, and I mean quick. But yeah, YouTube just cannot be the only place that it's functioning as everything. This YouTube channel is functioning as the website. It's functioning as the outreach program. It's functioning as the school. It's functioning as everything right now. That's temporary, but still, to acknowledge where we are so that we have a clear vision about what it is we're trying to create together in the future. That's all. So I appreciate everybody for hanging out. I'll be back on Saturday when I get ready to go live for this workshop on Saturday, and it probably won't be until like maybe Monday or Tuesday that I do a follow-up live for the fight or flight thing, and then probably next Thursday, maybe I got to do it quick though, Wednesday or Thursday, to do a follow-up meeting about May 20th, and yeah. So anyway, I would also encourage you guys, there's another way that you can support the channel. You can go to my Etsy store, which is, what's my Etsy store? DaughterOfTheFates.etsy.com. DaughterOfTheFates.etsy.com. So I've got a lot of new product that I'm going to be posting pictures of over the next few days. So you can check out the new things that I'm making and the old stuff, which is equally good. I just finished a jewelry order. It was dope. It was actually quite exciting because I haven't gotten orders for these in a long time, which is surprising. But I made bracelets, I got 2 bracelet orders for the bracelet that is just made up of images of goddesses of healing, medicine, midwifery, anything to do with like herbs, herbalism, healing, medicine. All the goddesses that have anything to do with healing or medicine have as their totem the serpent. So all of the beads were goddesses that are represented by serpents. It was fun to make those pieces this week. It was fun because I haven't had anybody order the goddess serpent pieces in a long time, and to have 2 people order them this week, I was like, okay. I was like, damn, I need to make me a new one. So that was fun. So yeah, y'all will see a lot of stuff coming up on my Etsy page. So that's another way that you can support. Okay, that's it. Good night. Love you all for your presence. Appreciate you for it. Appreciate your interventions and the things that you alerted to me to take notes about. That was awesome. I feel like all those ancient grimoires are mistranslated. Don't get me started. Just because I'm tempted. Don't get me started. You might have to put a bookmark in that for another day. But yeah. Thank you for that intervention, Blood Moon Oracle. I get it a lot. People, she say, nah, stay authentic. I don't know. There's a thing that I think the explicatives make people relate better. You know what I'm saying? That yes, you can be both hood and brilliant. That you can be, you can be all those things. You understand? So let's see. Yeah, all right, so that's it. So I'm gonna say good night. I'm gonna turn in, but I just appreciate y'all so much. I really do. I appreciate the energy that allows me to have like breakthroughs in real time. And I appreciate your support. And Patrick, me, you, and your wife, we need to get together again soon. Okay, like soon. So send me a text or hit me up or something tomorrow so we can make a plan. All right, peace.